Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to talk about why it's important to have a go kit and what should go inside of it. It's important to have a go bag because if you wait last minute to pack, there are definitely going to be items that you're going to forget in the scramble to get everything put together. So it's important to have your documents such as IDs, insurance paperwork, titles for your home and your vehicles and your boats, just so that if your home does flood or your roof blows off, all those documents are with you and they're safe, because you don't want to end up losing those and having to try to replace those later on. Also in your go bag, you should think about what medications you might need to have ahead of time. If we're under a state of emergency, you are able to refill your prescriptions ahead of time, even if they're not due yet. So it's important to do that. Also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flashlight, batteries, a radio that is battery powered and extra batteries. Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on the recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's
correct?
right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes. I come across a lot of that.
Okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the city of Northport, and I'm going to discuss first responders after the storm. So it may take a while for first responders to get to after the storm, and that's due to a variety of reasons. One being, we pull first responders off the roads when tropical storm force winds are sustained for their safety. That is a standard usually across the state and other states that have hurricanes as well. So we will have a backlog of calls that have come in during the storm that we will prioritize based on urgency, and they'll be responding to those, as well as the calls that are currently coming in if they're urgent as well. Also, the roads might be flooded, there might be debris in the roads. Our tactical first-in teams will be going out right away to clear the roads of any hazards so that our vehicles can get through and respond as quickly as possible. Just keep that in mind when you call after a disaster for assistance. We are coming. You are very important to us. We care about our residents and their safety, but it may just take a while for us to get to you depending on the conditions of the roads. I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the city of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website. I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones. Or in Sarasota County, we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area, and we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children at ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
Hello everyone, my name is Mario Venditti. I am the planner scheduler for the City of Northport Solid Waste. I got into this position, first I was a recycle driver for 5 years for the City of Northport, and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination, and then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the City of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the City of Northport solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
Hey Northport, I'm here with Ryan from our engineering division in Public Works, and we're in an area that is experiencing some drainage concerns that were brought to us by some residents. So Ryan, what are some things you do when you get onto a scene like this to see what the issue may be?
First thing we do is we start at the bottom of the system, the outfall, how it connects into the canal. Then we start working our way up. We go through the cross drains, the culverts, the under drains, and we look at every way the water flows downward. And we look for blockages, sumped dirt pile up, and even sometimes could potentially collapsed culverts underneath. And you got to remember, you can't report your water being an issue until we have 72 hours of no rainfall. And let's say it rains on Tuesday, and a couple days go by, and on that second day it rains again, you got to restart your 72 hours. We have to spend time of our water inside the system in order to clean it and in order to slow it down. Otherwise, we're going to end up washing out our neighbors below us.
Absolutely. So tell us about what's happening here.
Right here we have a rather large blockage inside the system. This is clearly a illegal dump of some sort, a tree obviously, and this will slow down the water. If we could see on the north side of it, or north as in the upper part of the drainage way, it's full of water. But when we look at our footage from down below, it's dry. So this is a huge point of collecting water. These systems really fail sometimes with like a death by 1,000 cuts. You get a sump here, a collapsed culvert pipe, a blockage like this, and it slowly adds up.
That makes sense. So if anybody out there is seeing issues like this or experiencing it in your neighborhood, you're welcome to report it through our North Report system, which is at northportfl.gov/northreport, or you can give the Public Works customer service a call.
We believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways ecosystems function, an important part for our community, our listed species. They stabilize the soil, they provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also.
All righty. Good evening, everybody. Today is Tuesday, October 28, 2025, 6 p.m. We're in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present, Commissioner DeVal, Commissioner Langdon, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emmerich, and Commissioner Petro. There is a quorum present for the meeting. Also present, City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Fuino, City Clerk Faust, Board Specialist Lindner, Police, what do we have there? Deputy Chief Herlihy, and we have Captain Fussell. And Ms. Topars, would you be kind enough to lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Not happening. All right, I am looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by the Vice Mayor to approve the agenda. If there's nothing else to it, let us vote. And that passes 5-0. City Clerk, public comment.
Stephanie Gibson. To reiterate the email sent this weekend, I am requesting Mayor Stokes and Commissioner Emmerich recuse themselves from any deliberations on the interim city attorney's declination memo or matters involving City Manager Fletcher's misconduct. Both commissioners were active participants in the incident, which creates a clear conflict of interest, and the public has need for a fair proceeding free from prejudice. Their direct involvement in any harassment taints their objectivity. Florida Code of Ethics, Chapter 112, demands recusal when bias risks even the appearance of impropriety. How can they fairly deliberate when their entangled in the very same misconduct under review. I urge the Commission to enforce their recusal. If they refuse, it's further proof of neglecting their oath, inviting Ethics Commission scrutiny. Residents demand accountability as public trust is paramount. Step aside, ensure impartiality, and restore faith in this board. Lead for Northport, not personal loyalty. Thank you. John Parker. Thank you, Commissioner Petra, for revisiting the discussion regarding the interaction of individual commissioners with city staff. It is a great idea to review the policies outlined in the city charter so that there are no more misunderstandings going forward. And yes, having regularly scheduled meetings for city commissioners and the city manager, city staff once a month is another wonderful idea. However, the best way of healing the strained relationship surrounding the recent picture incident would be for the city manager, mayor, commissioners, and all apologize to each other publicly and then move on. When I taught 4th grade, I was amazed at how the kids could be fighting one minute and be best buddies the next. Therefore, I think we can all learn a lesson from kids and simply decide that we are going to apologize for anything we did wrong, knowingly or unknowingly, and choose to offer grace to those who offended us. And for the Northport residents who watched all of this drama, we should also have a forgiving heart and move on as well. Everyone makes mistakes, and learning from them is a secret to success. You might even say that good governance can sometimes come from bad governance. So let's clarify the rules of engagement between commission and city staff, and even within commission, so we are all treating each other with respect and even love. After all, we are all on the same team. Thank you. City employee. As a city employee, I find it disheartening and frankly embarrassing that it even needs to be explained to the commission why direct engagement between elected officials and staff is not standard practice. This is not a Northport-specific issue. It is a well-established best practice in local government management. The International City County Management Association, ICMA, clearly recommends that commissioners communicate through the city manager, not directly with staff. This ensures transparency, consistency of information, and maintains professional boundaries that protect both staff and the organization. Our city manager has been a tremendous leader for our staff and has cultivated a culture of professionalism, collaboration, and trust. If there is a desire to engage with staff, I would encourage commissioners to ask the employees themselves how highly we regard his leadership and the clarity of our reporting structure. To see phrases like a culture of isolation as stated in the backup information of this item used in this context is not only inaccurate, but it's frustrating to those of us who experience the reality every day. What we experience more often is not isolation, but commissioners digging for information outside of the established chain of command. The city's organizational chart makes the proper flow of communication clear. Please allow the city manager to continue to manage staff. He is good at it, and this structure is not a barrier. It's a protection for the integrity of the organization and everyone in it. Brock Mitchell. Development Master Plan Amendment PM CPA-2400000114, Ordinance Number 25-28. To the Northport City Commissioners, we will not be able to attend the commission meeting being held on October 28, 2025. However, we do want to express our views regarding the request to amend the Central Park Development Master Plan. We live in the colony at Sable Trace, and we are very much in favor of the requested amendment. We have been informed that Central Park developer is also strongly in favor of the requested amendment. The lake adjacent to the colony has been there since the colony was built. There has always been a clear view of that adjacent lake. We as owners backing onto said lake and as a community would like to remain that way, with no additional trees or shrubs blocking our view. We purchased the unit based on it backing onto a lake with a view of the lake. Blocking the view will unfairly affect the enjoyment of numerous unit owners currently enjoying the view. It will also unfairly affect the resale value of numerous units. As longtime Northport taxpayers, this is extremely concerning. We don't understand the purpose for trees or shrubs blocking the view. Originally, we backed onto a golf course, which was shut down, but at least we were left with the beautiful lake and view that it brings. The lake has been enlarged a bit and looks extremely attractive. Our shoreline remained the same, and we would like it to stay that way. Since its enlargement, it is now safe from any possible flooding concerns anywhere near our property and our community. With all of this in mind, please approve the requested amendment and grant waiver 1 to the Development Master Plan Amendment. We thank you in advance for your consideration. Brock and Margaret Mitchell. Park users. At the October 14th meeting, Commissioner Langdon again raised concerns specifically targeting a Parks and Recreation project, one that has no current impact on the general fund. The decision to single out this consent item reflects a concerning misunderstanding of how park impact fees function and how these dedicated funds are structured. A strong and well-supported park system isn't just an amenity, it's an economic driver. Parks contribute to increased property values, attract families, and strengthen the overall tax base. It's difficult to reconcile the repeated scrutiny of parks projects when other funding allocations, including those benefiting outside organizations such as the recent local nonprofit discussions, appear to move forward without the same level of public questioning. Commissioner Langdon stated at the meeting that everything needs to be looked at. If that is truly the standard, then consistency matters. On today's agenda, there is a consent item for a $582,000 pole barn. Will that be pulled for additional review as well, or is this heightened level of scrutiny reserved only for parks projects? In person, I have Pam Tokars, followed by Susan Palmer, and then Josh Smith.
Hi, Pam Tokars. Welcome, Attorney Funo. I probably screwed up your name. I'm going to put the old lady glasses on. I would like to address the issue Commissioner Duval brought up at the September 23rd Commission meeting during the City Manager's performance eval. I refer to this incident as Picturegate. Commissioner Duval held up a picture created by someone in the city. This picture was posted in City Manager's office along with other city offices. I do understand that there are two sides to every story. This incident was taken in jest by other commissioners, City Manager, and Commissioner Duval. Picturegate was joked about by all involved and nothing more was done. However, with Commissioner Duval holding up the picture during the meeting meant to me and other residents that saw this that he was not okay with the picture. City Policy 6.2 in the Employee Handbook is regarding a respectful workplace. The purpose is to ensure the city maintains a workplace that fosters mutual respect and promotes harmonious, productive working relationship. This includes respect for the rights and feelings of other employees and demands employees refrain from any conduct that may be personally harmful to coworkers or that could be viewed unfavorably by the public at large. No employee should behave in any way that is discourteous or, no, I always get that word up, whatever, to another employee. Distribution, display, or discussion of any written that ridicules or insults or belittles shows hostility towards an individual. Per the City Manager's contract, he is subject to the same guidelines as the Employee Handbook and Policy 6.2 and should be held accountable. Per the resolution 2019-R-07, when Human Resources receives an allegation or complaint that a charter officer is currently or was previously engaged in unlawful discrimination, harassment, or other violation of law or city policy rule or standard of conduct, the Human Resource Division Department will be responsible for determining whether an investigation is necessary. If it determined by Human Resources Department the following allegation complaints are examples of what shall require the initiation of investigation into the actions of a city charter officer, and I'm paraphrasing because they had to take some of this stuff out. This is not a complete list. Determination to conduct an investigation will be made on a case-by-case basis. Non-compliance with or any violation of the city charter's officer employment contract is where you're going to find the standards that the employee must adhere to. His actions must always comply with the highest level of professional standards expected from the chief administrative officer of the city. And in the other policies under the contract, that the employee must comply with all lawful city commission directives, state, local, and federal laws, and the employer's policies, rules, and ordinances. And it seems to me that there is a clear direction that the city can take based on the policies and procedures already established. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan Balmer. I'm also speaking about the picture, and I just want to say I agree 100% with everything that Pam just said. I think there was an awful lot in there that maybe needs to be taken apart and looked at more seriously. I have tried to see any humor in this, and I can't. As a teacher, I can't imagine what would have happened to me if I had done this and put up a picture of my principal or anyone else, even a fellow teacher. I just think it was in really poor taste, and I'm not sure that an apology is enough in this case. Not when you're looking at someone who we elected, your boss, and being put in that situation. It really disheartens me. I wasn't here at that meeting, but when I heard about it, I just I haven't been able to put it out of my mind that it was a joke. It was mean and it was hateful.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Josh Smith. You guys, I mean, how do we get here? We have HR policies. I know a bunch of you have been in the corporate workplace for years. I've sat through more corporate meetings because I run a mechanic shop and we're terrible at HR. And even we know there's rules. We've broke them. I've lost managers based on this same thing happening. Somebody wrote a name in the bathroom. Somebody said something. We've got to stop this stuff. I mean, we are literally speeding into becoming Cape Coral as fast as we possibly can. If you guys have been paying any attention to what they've got going on. We've got to stop this stuff. We have enough problems. You'd think with everything else you guys are doing that the citizens are unhappy with, we'd try to find a way to make sure we weren't also a mess in-house. Just, come on, guys. I mean, tighten it up, start paying attention to some stuff, and just, I don't even know where to go with this. Just try harder.
Thank you.
Next, I have Robin Samacente, followed by Valdi Olander, Debbie McDowell, and then Michelle Posey.
Good evening, Commissioners. Robin Samacente. I wasn't here for that meeting. I guess they're calling it Picturegate. I wasn't here, but I did watch it. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Duval, because what I saw and what I heard was wrong. Totally disrespectful. You're not the first commissioner that it's happened to. Commissioner McDowell was subject to that kind of ridiculing and disrespect. I myself has been the person and disrespected and called out, the vocal minority. We all have labels. I don't know what justifies the thinking that this is okay. It's not okay to be disrespectful, especially to a commissioner from a subordinate. It's not. So how do we allow this to continue to happen over and over and over again? And then we backdoor it into a retreat to deal with it? No, it should have been handled, and Commissioner Duval should have had the opportunity to respond to our city manager's explanation of the so-called Picturegate. It's not okay to do that and humiliate a commissioner. It's not okay. And I just can't believe we're allowing it to happen over and over and over again. We have to do something. The policy is there. It's in the contract. So why are we still allowing it to happen and then backdoor it so the public doesn't, again, we look and say, oh, gee, we can't trust you guys because everything is backdoored. It's not handled in front at a commission meeting when it's brought up. He brought it up. He should have had the opportunity to respond. And I'm sorry, Mayor, you cut him off. It's not funny. He should have had that opportunity to respond. And that's in Robert's rules. Should have had the opportunity to respond, not just cut it off. So we have to do something. Or this community of unity that we keep trying to push ain't never gonna happen. As long as we continue this particular type of behavior and disrespect to the citizens and now to commissioners, you're never gonna have a community of unity. We're the ones that come up before you and we speak up because we got the cojones to do so. But a lot of people don't. And they call us to do it for them. Or half the community doesn't even know what's going on. They're too busy trying to make ends meet with their families. But the people that show up all the time, you're a vocal minority, as we've been labeled, because we're very passionate about our city. We love our city. We want to see it be successful. We want to actually have a community of unity. But you're never going to have it if we continue to allow this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Valdi Olander. I come here in peace, and I am not a criminal. I have a dignity. Stokes, I am instructing you to remove Mr. Cohen off my back. Learn English and obey your oath. just move this podium to the middle. And you can have as many cops as you want. Act like a civilized person. Anger, what causes it? What is it? I observe there is lots of anger in the United States. Thomas Aquinas wrote, anger look into good and justice. And if you're living in injustice without anger, you are immoral, as well as unjust. Way of anger is fundamental passion of the soul and has appropriate role to play in human pursuit of good when directed by reason. Changing the subject. When Soviet Union and China were communist countries, they had 5-year plans what to achieve in that span further. Did your manager propose just 10-year plan recently that made you a super communist, isn't it? Under American jurisprudence, legislative branch write the statutes. Executive branch implements statutes by writing what is called regulations. Without implementing regulations, legislative statutes are unoperable, like never written before. They're just Supreme Court. This is very, very important. You write the ordinances, let me finish. Your manager can only write regulation concerning his employees, not with the people. Read the charter and learn the English. Please tell me, Stokes, how I benefit but you 50% salary increase? One more time. And 205,000 new city attorney salary only. How I benefit? And why there is attorney department as that 9 people? Is anybody smart over there? Am I only good to be fleeced?
Thank you, sir.
Debbie McDowell. Hello, everyone. I'm Debbie McDowell. First, I'd like to welcome our newest city attorney. I wish you all the best. You have a whole charter of your own course is to protect the city and help the commissioners protect the city. So I wish you all the best. And Mr. Golan, if you're listening, I want to thank you for your service. You did a job well done. Parks event last week, Parks and Rec, you did a fantastic job. It's always a wonderful event. I remember when it was held here at City Hall, and the kids just absolutely love it. So good job, everybody, all of the staff. I would be remiss if I did not mention the meeting on the 23rd. Part of my frustration when I gave my public comment is 3 of the commissioners wouldn't even look at me. They know I have endured 3 years of what Commissioner Duvall brought up. I don't know what is worse, the city manager's antics for the past 3 years, and then putting a picture of a commissioner, his boss, up in his office suite, or the fact that 3 of you sat there and wanted to punt this to a retreat. A retreat I remember too well, where nothing got solved, nothing got resolved, and the city manager got to be a little bit stronger and do it a little bit more. We have a country south of us, Jamaica, that right now is going through fighting for their lives and protecting their properties. We need to remember them and wish them well, because just a year ago it was us with Hurricane Milton,
and Hurricane Helene. And God knows we all really felt Hurricane Ian 3 years ago. So please, I hope everybody tonight goes to bed and says a prayer for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Posey, and then Chuck English.
Good evening, Michelle Posey. I wanted to start by saying I may not have voted for each one of you on this board today, but I respect that my peers did and that you've all earned the right to be here on this board. The next step beyond that mandate that we gave on 2024, is that we work cohesively together. I didn't get the opportunity to vote for Jerome Fletcher, but you guys did choose him, or the former board did. So the idea is, how can we cohesively work together? What I've heard took place with this poster for Commissioner Duvall, it saddens me, and I'll tell you why. There are very deliberate things mentioned in the charter that allow us to figure out what we can do based off of what was done by City Manager Fletcher. The first thing is, Mr. Fletcher, as the city mayor, you know that, I'm sorry, could you look this way? Okay, so I'm not gonna get that respect. Well, Mr. City Manager Jerome Fletcher, you are responsible, according to 9.05 of the city charter, you're responsible to the commission, not the other way around. So I believe that you're acting in insubordination, really, and derelict of your duty when you call out somebody like Commissioner Duvall. But the other onus is on the board, because the charter also mentions in 9.03 that a majority of you can choose to get rid of the city manager. And so I would ask this. A bully is only allowed to permeate because of lack of leadership and lack of accountability. And I remember not that long ago, there was another retreat where another commissioner was having to fight for her life to just be treated like a decent human being. You know, I recently took on the director of the Sarasota County Turning Point USA headquarters. I had the blessing of working with young people. You know what I'm noticing? Young people get it. They're tired of politics. They're tired of people being rude. They're tired of no accountability, and they're hungry to serve. And I have to ask you, what would we tell our young people in this situation? Somebody was just, a month and a half ago, slain for speaking truth. And we think this is something funny to do, Mr. Fletcher? And the disrespect to not sit here and look me in the eye as a constituent is really This is something that I can't even comprehend. I teach these children through Turning Point USA to do better, to be better. I think we all need to rise to that. We want to set an example for the young people. Again, I didn't vote for all of you, but you are elected in this position. I respect you. I expect you to stand up in solidarity for your comrade here, Mr. Duvall. And I expect for you to finally do something. Can we get a different city manager, for God's sakes? He does not represent us Northport people that love and defend people with all that we have. Thank you.
Evening. Y'all getting an earful, aren't you? Well, you deserve it. All right? What was done to Commissioner Duvall was an insult to the community, right? I personally believe it bordered on defamation, at least public shaming. I keep hearing three words: transparency, accountability, and unity. You all keep working on it, but you're not going in the right direction. Communication is the key to everything. City manager definitely knows that. That's why he has such a strong grip on it, as a leader should. But unfortunately, it also takes abiding by the rules, which many believe have not been. All I can say is start practicing what you're preaching. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk, announcements?
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Auditor Selection Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and Veterans Park Advisory Committee. Sarasota County Advisory Council vacancies include one Northport resident to serve on the Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizen Advisory Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. City Manager, any items been pulled?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Public comment?
Yes, Stephen Harrison.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Harrison. I am a student of St. Petersburg College, and I'm almost finished with my bachelor's degree in Public Policy and Administration. Last semester, my main project was to meet with a commissioner and attend a city meeting. This semester, I had to meet with someone that published an agenda item and speak about it at a commission meeting. That being said, I'd like to speak in support of Agenda Item 252918 to approve the preventative maintenance agreement between the City of Northport and FitRev Inc. for the Fire Department fitness equipment at Station 82. This kind of maintenance is important investment in both safety and efficiency. I'm a first responder myself, so I understand this equipment is important to maintain the physical level of the job. If the equipment goes unmaintained, it not only disrupts the firefighters' training, but could also lead to higher repair costs later. Preventative maintenance helps the city avoid those larger expenses while encouraging our first responders to have reliable tools to keep themselves healthy and ready to serve. It's also worth noting that regular maintenance shows a level of respect to taxpayer dollars. We are taking care of what we already own rather than waiting for something to fail and paying much more down the road. FitRev Inc. has experience maintaining this equipment, and partnering with them is a good idea. I want to thank Clerk Matt Powell, Communications Manager Jason Bordelone, Senior Business Manager Deanna Marshall, and Senior Executive Director Anna Duffy for all their help so I can complete my assignment. Now lastly, for myself, I would love to get involved with a board or a committee. I believe I talked with Commissioner Duval months back about that. But being that I'm a full-time deputy at Manatee County Sheriff's Office, I'm also on the Special Response Team, and currently I'm a full-time college student, and afterwards I'll be going for my master's. And I don't feel confident that I will have less than 3 absences in a year, and I would not want to run the risk of getting kicked out in the future on a board meeting. I'm requesting the Commission to reconsider the absence policy to potentially excuse absences for members that are first responders / military personnel or working in official capacity at the same time of the meeting. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you and good luck. All right. Looking for a motion.
I'll make it. Move to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner, who are you?
I don't know.
Commissioner Langdon, I'm teasing you. I always do that, don't I? Every meeting. I must be getting old. Anyway,
You're in
if
good
there's
company.
nothing more to this, folks, let's vote on this. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to ordinances, public hearings. Ordinance 2025-28. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. City Clerk, if you could read by title only, please.
Ordinance number 2025-28, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Central Park at Northport Activity Center 9 pattern plan to revise the buffer plan, amending Article 3, Table 3.3.1.2, Dimensional Standards, and Article 4, Development Standards of the Unified Land Development Code to reference the amended Central Park at Northport pattern plan, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Looking for disclosure on ex parte communications, Mr. Petro?
Yes, Mayor. I did have a short conversation with the property manager at Fairview Villas. Her name is Nancy Hill, and few of those residents will reside there.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor? I have none. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, Mayor, I did have a conversation with a resident of the Sable Trace community regarding this matter. And he reaffirmed to me that the residents in that community are supportive of the plan that was presented to us at the previous meeting.
Commissioner Duval?
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I've had discussions with the city manager, the interim city attorney, and I've also had several conversations with different residents of the Sable Trace area, including a former commissioner. With this, I have heard both sides. Obviously, I think we've all had communications from those supporting and those not supporting.
Thank you, sir. And I also echo my two fellow commissioners on this. I speak to city manager. I spoke to a number of members of the community in the Sable Trace area, and they expressed their support for this request. So with that, we can move on to presentations.
Mayor, just so you know, there are no aggrieved parties either.
Yes, there are no agreed parties. Thank you very much. Moving on. Presentations, applicant.
See if I can do this better this time than I did the last time. First, I have to get it out of here. There we go. Access area.
Can we get you a little help there?
There we go. Thank you so much. All right, thanks to our IT folks again. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Peter Van Busker with Kimley Horn Associates. I have been sworn. I'm going to pretty much use the same presentation, but I will go through it much quicker. I don't need to bore you. I'll give Commissioner Duval the speed reading version of it so he can kind of catch up. So again, we're here to request for an amendment to the Central Park DMP. Again, I am Peter Van Busker. I'm a licensed civil engineer in the state of Florida. I'm also a certified planner with the American Institute of Certified Planners. Again, the request is to amend the DMP. This is in response to requests by our neighbors. That's why we're here today. We did have a neighborhood meeting back in May of 2024. Point one I always want to bring up is we are still providing all the open spaces that we were, and we're still landscaping quite a bit of that. Will not change the remaining 70-foot buffer areas that aren't along the lakes. Those will all still remain landscaped as they had always been planned to be. Again, we're surrounded by other residential uses, single-family villas, and a small amount of multifamily projects. I showed you these concepts from early on because I wanted to show that we've always been working with our neighbors. We initially had a plan where we had 35-foot areas around, open spaces around the project. Later that year, we came back with a 70-foot version of the exterior open spaces because we were requested to by our neighbors. And also pointed out that the lakes that are next to the mixed use, we actually wrapped them around the sides of the mixed use so that the Linkside and Fairway Villas would have lakes adjacent to them. I pointed out that when we were going through this process, the ULDC at the time required a type B buffer between any single family and multifamily. So where our single family and two family abutted Linkside, Colony, and Fairway Villas, we would need a type B buffer, which is 10-foot tree every 50 feet. And that's why we were asking for waivers for the areas between the Colony and Fairway Villas. Where Linkside and a lot of the Fairway Villas abut the mixed use, we will have buffers there, and there'll be buffers that are required based on the use that eventually ends up in the mixed use tracts. So again, we talked about where were we required to have buffers. So these blue strips are where we were supposed to have a required buffer, or we would have been required to have a buffer, which we mainly still do. The length of that buffer is 3,505 feet total. We would have had 70 trees required, 1,168 shrubs in that 3,505 feet. Now, the plan we're proposing, where we don't plant behind the lakes that are adjacent to our neighbors, we will have 11,290 lineal feet of a 70-foot wide buffer. There'll be 717 trees. That's 10 times the amount of trees that were required by the minimum code requirements versus what we will still be planting in the plan that, if you approve it, will move forward. There will also be 3,810 shrubs. And that's just in that 70 foot around the outside. That doesn't include the 162 trees that are on the entry road coming in from Greenwood and Appomattox. Doesn't include the 947 street trees that'll be planted within the internal streets, or the 500 lot trees that will be planted on each of the lots, the 116 amenity site trees that are already planted at the amenity site. And those mixed-use tracts, they will also be planted based on the uses that will come forward at some point in time in the future. This was the current buffer plan, or is the current buffer plan. As I talked about last time, we used A, B, and C. Now we're using 1, 2, and 3 to not confuse the fact that the city has A, Bs, and Cs. And this is what was proposed. Type A is planted with a berm. Type B, optional berm with plantings. And then the type C, which was along the mixed use, would have optional wall, optional berm, and trees. And again, the mixed use buffer will still be in play, but it'll be on the exterior of the mixed use tracts. Now here's our amended plan. We have made some changes. You instructed the city manager to get with staff, to get with the applicant and our neighbors, and look at some ways we can maybe compromise on what we could do here. So let me just go quickly through the compromises that we've come up with. We're still requesting the waiver one, which is along the Colony. We've been told very strongly they do not want plantings, they want what they have. Realizing that we're not going to be planting trees there, we will plant 6 live oaks over by Lake 6 where there's some open spaces. There's some pocket parks in there, so we'll plant 6 extra trees there. The buffer along Fairway Villas, we're saying we're willing to go ahead and plant the hedge. There's 10 mature oak trees that would make up the required 6 trees that are required in the type B buffer. So we have 10 trees that are already there that we preserve, and we'll plant the hedge. And if the commission so choose to approve waiver 2 and not require the hedge, that's fine too. But we are going ahead and offering that as one of our compromises. The other one is along Lake 13. Staff had requested that buffer be put in place. We had spoken to those residents specifically for the villas that are directly on the north side of Lake 13. They would want the plantings. We're going to go ahead and add those plantings. So we'll get another 200 foot of buffer along Lake 13. And then the amended plan has a type 1 buffer, which is really what our old type A buffer was, a type B, which is along basically the ditch that juts out into Country Club Estates. And then behind the lakes, it would just be a sodded. Some have little berms, some areas don't. They slope down the lakes, kind of like what you'd see in the colony. Again, the amended buffer, I highlighted the areas where staff had made recommendations for option 3, I think was their, their option was option 1, that was their recommendations. So again, looking at the option of Lake 13, now instead of a buffer 3, which is sod, we will be doing a buffer 2, so we'll be providing the full plantings as part of a revised plan. I think staff's gonna be calling that option 4. This is the area, so you can see we've already got our 6-foot wall along here, so we were shielding this entryway to begin with. But again, because those residents want that, we're willing to go ahead and do that. Just a couple pictures of what the wall looked like. We showed these last time. Again, waiver 1, this is against the colony. We don't want to have to plant anything there. We've been asked, please don't block our view. We liked what we had and we've got the same thing. But again, we'll be planting 6 trees over by Lake 6 in the open spaces. These are the letters from Colony, Linkside, and the Sable Trace Single Family Board Directors stating they approve this request. Again, now waiver 1, the colony, I did point out that, currently the colony abuts lakes interior to Sable Trace, and they're not buffered from their single family homes across the lake. So they're really seeing the same thing that we're requesting with waiver 1. And again, the amended plan, we talk about planting the 6 trees over by Lake 6. And there was those pictures of the colony. You can see this lake banks looks really great, and that's kind of what they've always seen. They've got actually a little more lake down to the south end, and it's a little bit wider. Again, this is what they'll see across the lakes internal to them. There's no buffers between those condominiums and the lakes. And these are condominiums, Linkside, Colony, Fairway Villas. People live there. They own them. It's not like it's an apartment building where you have renters in and out a lot. Waiver 2 is Lake 9, and as I said, our revised request was putting this shrubbery in along Lake 9 against the Fairway Villas with those trees. Then I think we may not even need to approve a waiver because we'd have the shrubs, we'd have the trees in place. That would be our required buffer B that was in the ULDC at the time. But if you so choose to say we just go ahead and approve waiver 2, that would be fine too. The Fairway Villas doesn't want the shrubs there, we won't plant them. And again, this is the letter from the Fairway Villas that came before when we had our neighborhood meeting. And just a picture across the lake at Fairway Villas. You can see those mature oaks over there that were preserved and doing very well, by the way. Again, we feel our request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We feel it complies with the applicable findings and the review criteria. And so we'd like to respectfully request that you approve this amendment to the DMP, which would be option 1, and it could be option 3 with revisions, or option 4. I think that might be how staff would be proposing it as. But again, we appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
Good evening, Elena Ray, Director of Development Services. For the record, I have been sworn, and I am filling in tonight for the project planner, Sherry Willett-Grondin, who could not be here this evening. I I will keep this short. Staff would like to incorporate all of our testimony and presentation from the previous hearing. Staff has looked at the what we are calling option 4, which is the new option that you have been presented with tonight from the applicant. We have looked at the comparison between that and staff's recommendation, which was option 1 in your staff report. We've determined that the total reduction in trees that would be lost from staff's recommendation to option 4 would be a total of 48 trees and 225 shrubs. As an example of the importance of each of those trees, they do provide for wildlife shade, and each canopy tree upon maturity has the potential to uptake approximately 40,000 gallons of water per year, stormwater per year. So that would be the equivalent of 2 swimming pools of water per year for uptake of stormwater. I'll note for the public record, staff's role is to review these plans for compliance with the ULDC and the comprehensive plan and provide that information to the commission so that you have that for consideration. We did talk with the applicant about the additional option, and as I said, wanted to be sure we evaluated that according to staff's recommendation. Staff does maintain its recommendation based on the work that has been done over the last year and the review with the ULDC and comprehensive plan. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We have no aggrieved parties, so any rebuttals?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing to point out, staff did note the 45 trees less, but again, we're looking at 70 trees that were required for the code to buffer, and we're providing 717. We went well above the required amount of trees to be planted to begin with. And yes, we're asking to reduce that back, but it's not us just standing here saying, hey, we just don't want to plant those trees. We really have been asked by our neighbors to go through this process. And of course, this has been time, there's costs and so forth to do this. So we would appreciate you, approving this for our neighbors, because that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
Staff has no rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lena. City Clerk, any public comments?
I have Kathy Brown, followed by Ronald Barrier and James Murphy.
Thank you for letting me speak. I've called the commissioners. I've talked to our community. I live at Sable Trace for 25 years. I've been coming to these meetings for years, sold my business. I'm enjoying life here. The people at the colony have called, many of you, and we do not want the trees there. We're going to tell you a lot of reasons why. We pay taxes to this city, and we have a gorgeous view, and we thank Peter for that. After the hurricanes that we've experienced and the city experienced, you've been told today, we've had no water standing on our property since he expanded the lake, none. And we've had lots of summer rains, bad rains. We had water 12 inches from the back of many of the condos. We have had no water on our property staying there. And I have 58 names and signatures and letters from homeowners that asked me to come here and tell the city, we don't want the trees. We have a gorgeous view. It's a view that will add value to the community as well as to Central Park, and we're neighbors. And we need to remember that. We're neighbors. We're butting up against each other. And there are areas that you can put trees, and the trees will grow. But we have to remember during a hurricane, trees come down too. We lost a lot of trees in our community, and they're dangerous. And we were trapped at Sable Trace for almost 3 days and couldn't get out because of trees falling and a lot of water. And the owners have expressed their concerns, and I thank all of you for admitting you received a lot of calls, because the people are very concerned that the city isn't hearing the people that pay taxes here, that the value of their place will be higher, you will gain more taxes. There's options being given to you by Peter and the people at Central Park, and we want to be neighborly with them. We don't want to be bitter with them and saying, oh, you caused us to lose our view. I think the city needs to hear the people at Sable Trace, and I am on the master board at Sable Trace too. So I just think it's important the commissioners hear us. We vote for you. We rely on you to keep us safe here in Northport, and I think Central Park is gorgeous. We walk it all the time. They don't care if we walk it. We've met our neighbors, and I think the city needs to do their best to approve what Central Park has put before you. Like I said, we've lived here 25 years. I've been in Sable Trace 25 years. That's a long time. And I've been in the colony for 14, and I'm not moving. But I'm asking you not to put those trees there. I'm gonna have to call me a jack guy and cut them trees down. I'm just kidding. But thank you for your time. Thank you all for taking our calls. Many of the people have come here today to speak, and we ask you to support us at Sable Trace and not put the trees there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Ron Barrier. I'm president of Villas of Sable Trace. We're the only community that's surrounded on all sides by Central Park. We have 174 villas. We are an approval of Peter's presentation and the staff because Lake 13 abuts against us. Lake 6 abuts against us. We don't have a problem with it. We are still going to have a clear view of the other lakes. And the gentlemen, or the people that live, husbands and wives, that are on Lake 13, they are in very much approval of having shrubs in that area. And I really thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
My name is James Murphy, and I've been sworn. I guess I'm going to be the only one dissenting up here. I think that with this Central Park, with the development plan, and even the time that we've lost Sable Trace Golf Course 11 and a half years ago, and we've been in this issue here with the Central Park now, once the developmental master plan went on, 7.5 years. And this is what we're still dealing with. I mean, I understand that some people, don't want the views of, they want to look at the water and things like that. But I mean, it just is a never-ending thing. I mean, to grant these waivers or whatever like that, I think that they're just throwing this out there. I think that there's other waivers that are going to be coming. And we all know where this is headed down the line in another year and a half in court. I mean, the linchpin of this whole development approval was the bridge. And we're not going to be getting that. Or they're going to look not to do that. That's just too bad. With what's been going on there for the last, I'm going to say 4 years, we were sold a bill of goods that there was going to be monitoring, the animals were going to be relocated, there were going to be this, that, and everything else. I can show you some videos of what actually went on there. There was nothing. I didn't see any water trucks out there. There was a water truck out there. It sat there for about 5 years. It's probably rusted. It's gone now once the Sable Trace development people pulled the trailer off and everything else was gone. It just seems to be that we're just giving the store away. Is it that the Northport is supposed to bail out this developer? And I mean, with some of the things that they're requesting? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. When is somebody's feet going to be held to the fire? That's what I really want to know. I mean, it just seems to be that it's just whatever they want. I mean, they're granted. I mean, we were told, going back with all of the, even in the Boy Scouts office over there, all the big plans that were gonna be made, the buffers and this, that, and everything else, everybody seemed to approve it, at that time. And that's what we were all looking forward to. That doesn't seem to be the case now. I'm sorry that some of your people are, with the buffers and everything else like that, but, I mean, how can we change things like this? And everything else, the waivers, I just find it just too much. I just would like for it to be not approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Connie Bruni.
Hi, I'm Connie Bruni. I'm a Northport taxpayer. I actually own 5 properties that back up and abut this specific piece of property. So I'm very interested in this. I've owned my first piece of property since 2012. I've been coming to Northport since 2006. I'm very aware. I was involved at every single step of this, including attending the auction way back when the former golf course was auctioned off. And then the original buyer had to back out because of arsenic poisoning or contamination, let's call it, at that time. So I'm very concerned about ongoing changes being made. The folks who own this now knew what they were getting. They made specific promises to their neighbors as an incentive to get it approved. Now, many of us might have been more aggressive in opposing this had those incentives not been offered. So to come back now after the fact and say we only had to do X, Y, Z by code is irrelevant, in my opinion. So I'm putting that on the record. With regard to May 2015, the golf course closed, and it was kind of ugly back there for a long time. I've been to many of my units. I can tell you that it looks a whole lot better these days. It does. Mr. Van Busker's done a good job, or whoever you're representing has done a nice job there. I do think that it looks better. But the concept that we're continuously peeling away and peeling back what was agreed to feels like we are genuflecting to developer demands. And it is not something that's a good idea as a matter of policy. So I ask you to consider all of that. I guess in this case, I differ from the president of our board with the Villas of Sable Trace. I'm not in favor of this.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, commissioners, it's our turn. Don't be shy. Looking. Commissioner Duval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I won't be shy here. First of all, being a quasi-judicial proceeding, I've had to say this before, Mr. Van Buskirk has a son that is married to my wife's daughter. And we share the most beautiful grandson that you've ever seen. And that has nothing to do with my vote. Okay, from my perspective here, I just do not see approval of changing these buffers. There are residents in the colony, there's residents who have condos that are right on the lakes. There are other residents of Sable Trace that aren't so close to the lakes. I have to look at, they're all taxpayers. And then there's other taxpayers that don't live in Sable Trace. At our last meeting that we discussed this, one of our environmental division people spoke and mentioned the term heat dome. Heat dome is basically what's affected, whether you have concrete, grass, trees, and it just seems that everywhere, I mean, I've seen it myself, being in the area of 41 and Veterans Boulevard, concrete buildings, Walmart, stores everywhere, and the temperature. And then driving my way home on a road that has trees on both sides, and literally the temperature drops. So I have to look at all of the citizens of the city of Northport that can be affected by having foliage kept. And then there's one more group of people that I have to respect. And that group of people are the commissioners that signed on to this back in 2019. Am I going to turn around and say, yeah, I don't care what you said? I'm totally against making any change to this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that when a developer makes an agreement with the city, a development agreement with the city, they should be held to that agreement. However, as I listened to the residents at the last meeting and over the past couple of weeks and at this meeting, it has become clear to me that the majority of residents in all of the Sable Trace communities support the developer's amended plan. At the last meeting, staff did voice some concerns that were compelling to me regarding some environmental protections that needed to take place. I was happy to see the developer's presentation tonight with several modifications to the buffer plans that took into account staff's concerns. What I've also learned 5 years up here, that whenever we have to make a judgment about land use, it's inevitable. We'll make some people happy, and we will make some people not so happy. I guess that's what we all signed up for. It comes with the gig. So having said all of that, I want to thank staff and I want to thank the developer for being willing to do some more work together, to make some modifications. And I will be supportive of implementing this plan with the modifications that were presented tonight.
Commissioner Petra.
Thank you, Mayor. I stated my position very clearly at the last meeting, so I'll be standing on that position in this meeting. And I want to say a few things, not repeating myself, because I called the staff and they talked about environmental impact and whatnot, and how it's going to benefit the surrounding community and wildlife and birds and the root system. And today we heard that it will support big consumption of water if those trees are planted. But I want to say that I'm not too convinced that the majority spoke loud and clear. I've talked to many, I shouldn't say many, but quite good number of people at Fairview Villas. And the actual manager, that she supported, the property managers, that she supported the actual initial buffer. And then she said, once it was conceded by the city, and right now she's hesitant because the new proposal includes oak trees, and she's afraid of oak trees altogether. So that might be, she's in favor of the current waiver amendment to waive the requirement. But I also want to bring up the September 18th Zoning and Planning Committee, where it was well attended, and majority of those people who showed up and gave their, whatever the speech or their view of position, majority of those people would not support the waiver. We were not told about that meeting, and clearly Zoning and Planning Committee recommends otherwise. So I'm not in support of granting waiver. After all, I have not met any person who's against trees until the last meeting and this meeting. We are the city of trees, and the more trees, the better. And now we saying the less is better. To me, it's counterintuitive. I don't know if majority agrees with me, but I have not met anyone who's against trees. Now, granted, there are circumstances that you would not plant a tree over your driveway, so it fall on your car eventually. But we're talking about far away from the lakes, and that would keep the wildlife in place and ecosystem in place. But that's where I stand. But I do want to say a few things as a compliment to the Peter and his proposals and willingness to appease and work with the residents around that community. He has done an amazing job in that regard. And unfortunately, I cannot be in support of your request at this time. And I'm not sure how how the rest of the commission thinks, but that's where I stand.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else on here want to chime in?
Is that everybody else spoke? I'll speak. Yeah, I was very firm on my position in the last meeting, and I still am. As a commission, we're always told we don't listen to the citizens, we don't listen to the community. I said it last time, I'm saying it again. Community's here, the community has spoke. This is what the community wants, this is where they live. They have asked for these waivers from the developer, and I would be ready to approve them for the community. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Last time this item was before us, I had serious reservations about it. And interestingly enough, I kind of echo the sentiments of one particular public speaker who has concerns about this project and this developer. And I did a lot since that meeting to try to put my concerns about the overall project and whether or not this was the beginning of a trend here to peel back this project to satisfy the developer. And Lord knows I've been accused of being in developers' pockets for a long time, ever since before I even got elected. But I listened to the people on this one, and I talked to a lot of people who live in and around this area. There is nothing that prohibits anybody, as long as they're following city code, from planting trees in their yards. So certainly if somebody would like to plant additional bushes or trees, I think if they follow their HOA rules and the city's rules, they shouldn't have a problem doing that. And in this particular case, as Peter made a point of saying, I don't necessarily believe this ask is because the developer wants it. Yeah, she'll save a few dollars, but the reality is this really was the desire of the neighborhood and the people who live in and around it. And so while I may have my personal views regarding this developer and this project and a lot of other things that are ancillary to this, I've come to the conclusion and the decision that we should do what the people in this neighborhood would like. And so I'm going to support this. I think that the parties work together to compromise and to find a fair way, a balanced way, and I think it's the right way to go. So, I'm going to support it. So with that, I'm looking for any, where are we here? We're looking for, not yet, yeah, we do have closing arguments coming. So who do we have up first? Excuse me while I put these on so I can see what the heck I'm looking at. So I guess we got staff. Ms. Elena, anything to this in the way of a closing argument?
No, sir, staff has no closing arguments. We thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Van Kirk.
I just want to thank staff for all their time again. As I said last time, Shirley Willett really did a great job in putting her report together. She was very conscientious in how she put all the facts together for you guys. And maybe just for Commissioner Duval and Commissioner Pritchett, we are planting 717 trees where we were only required to plant 70. So we did go well above and beyond, even with this plan. That's where we are. So we're not ignoring the fact that we want trees too. And we will have street trees, Commissioner Duval, up and down our streets. So, that cooling effect will be part of our neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Well, with that, folks, it's time to close this public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2025-28, including approval of the amended buffer plan as presented by the applicant and approving the grant of waivers 1 and 2 and approving the change proposed to the buffer adjacent to Lake 13 as presented this evening and revised.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Does anybody need it read back?
Sorry.
City Clerk, would you be kind enough?
I have it written differently. To approve option 4, adopting ordinance number 2025-28, including approval of the alternate buffer plan along with waivers as presented by the applicant, featuring an increased number of shrubs, a type 2 buffer along the north side of Lake 13, and the addition of 6 live oak trees in the open space near Lake 6.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
We ready to vote? And that passes 3-2. Gentlemen, we made some people happy. Do either of you commissioners wish to speak to your vote? Or Mr. Petro?
No, I stated my reasons. Thank you.
Mr. Duval?
Reason stated.
There you go. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. And thank you, folks, for coming in here. All right, moving on. Where are we? 7 o'clock? 5? We got plenty of time. Ordinance number 2025-31. City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough to read by title only.
Ordinance number 2025-31, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida regarding sales of alcoholic beverages in proximity to churches and schools, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, section 6-1 and 6-4, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Manager, your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The information for this second reading at the October 14, 2025 regular City Commission meeting, the City Commission moved to continue ordinance number 2025-31 to second reading on a 4-0 vote. There were no changes to the reading. The recommended action today is to approve option 1, which is approving ordinance number 2025-31 on the second reading today, October 28, 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, anything to this item? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right, we have any public comment on this item? Or I'll close this public hearing and I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make it.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 2025-31 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Commissioner Duval to adopt ordinance 2025-31 as presented. There's nothing more to this, folks. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to resolutions, 2025-R-77. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough to read by title only.
Resolution number 2025-R-77, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating a portion of utility and drainage easements for Lot 27, Block 2096, 45th Edition to Port Charlotte Subdivision, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. We did not receive any aggrieved party forms. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Right. Ex parte communications, Commissioner Petro.
None?
None.
None for the mayor?
None for me.
None for me.
All righty. Moving on to presentations. Applicant.
Good evening. I'm Ivan Denkinich. I'm an owner of about named property, and I applied for vacation of easement or partial vacation of easement about a year ago when I became aware that this property is not in a good standard with the city and zoning department. I became a property owner about 2 years ago, a little 2 years ago, and I purchased this property as is, and I was not aware of this current issue. And about a year ago, when I learned that the previous owner who built the house also built a pool and went over allowed allowances on vacation of easement. So when I did a survey, I was aware of that, and I came to the zoning department. They advised me to apply for variance, major variance, which was granted about a month ago, and also for vacation of easement for approximately 5.4 feet into the easement in the back of the property. I applied for that. I provide all the supporting documents and did pretty much what was required of me by zoning department. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Staff?
Good afternoon, Commission. Adriana Silva. For the record, I've been sworn in. Today we will be discussing the vacation of easement at the property 1328 Eastman Circle, vacation of easement under resolution number 2025-R-77 with a petition number of PVAC 2501810. The applicant is Mr. Ivan Dankinch, and his request is to vacate a portion of the platted rear 10-foot utility and drainage easement located on Lot 27, Block 2096, 45th Edition to the Port Charlotte subdivision with the listed property identification number at address 1328 Eastman Circle. As a background, as Mr. Ivan Dankinch has explained, he is requesting the vacation of easement to bring his property up to code compliance, and he has been notified of the existing encroachment and has provided all the supporting documents which has been reviewed by planning and zoning to be in compliance. The property area is 9,971 square feet with the total utility and drainage easement to be vacated at 148.2 square feet. And there is the portion of the easement to be vacated. The utility providers have reviewed this request to vacation for the platted side 10-foot utility and drainage easement per the ULDC section 2.2.17C, and through written response, all of the utility providers have granted approval, and it is standard practice that if within 10 days we receive no notification, it is assumed that the vacation of easement is uncontested. Again, this has been reviewed by staff to be in compliance with Florida Statute, Chapter 177, and the ULDC Chapter 2 development review processes. As for legal review, the city attorney has reviewed the accompanying resolution number 2025 R-77 as to form and correctness. Staff, the Planning and Zoning Division does recommend approval of petition number PVAC 25-01810 via resolution number 2025 R-77. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Rebuttals up next. Applicant.
I don't have any further comments. Just asking for the approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And staff.
None.
All righty. There are no aggrieved parties, so any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Then commissioners, anything to this? Commissioner DeVal.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
Basically, this owner is kind of suffering the consequences of what another owner did. And the whole thing of this is to bring it into compliance, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the current owner for being willing to go through the somewhat arduous process to bring your property into compliance with city code. So I just really appreciate the effort, and I'm very supportive.
Anything else, commissioners, or are we good? All right. Closing arguments, staff?
None.
All righty. Then with that, I am going to go ahead and close this public hearing, and I'm looking for motion, folks.
I'll make it. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-77 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner DeVal, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to adopt resolution 2025-R-77 as presented. Let's vote, folks. And that passes 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Moving on, resolution 2025-R-78. Is this also a quasi-judicial hearing? City Clerk, you're up.
Resolution number 2025-R-78, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating a portion of maintenance easements for lots 19 and 20, block 1633 of the 33rd edition Port Charlotte subdivision, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. There are no aggrieved parties. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners looking for any ex parte communications? Commissioner Petra.
None from me.
Vice Mayor. None. Nothing for the mayor. Commissioner Langdon.
Nothing for me.
None.
All right. Moving on, we're ready for presentations. Applicant.
Not
No
present.
applicant?
No.
We got staff.
Again, for the record, Adriana Silva, Planner 2, Planning and Zoning Division, and today we will be discussing resolution number 2025-R-78 for a vacation of easement request at 2502 Pinewood Street. This request was submitted by Renova Homes, LLC. Their request is to vacate a portion of the platted rear 20-foot maintenance easement with a total of 267 square feet, located on lots 19 and 20 of block 1633 of the 33rd addition to the Port Charlotte subdivision. Again, the address being discussed is 2502 Pinewood Street. Here is the area to be vacated, and Renova Homes LLC is requesting this vacation of easement to construct an in-ground swimming pool on their property. The total property area is 20,002 square feet, and the total area of the maintenance easement to be vacated is 267 square feet. The following utility providers have reviewed this request to vacate the portion of the platted rear 20-foot maintenance easement, and per the United Land Development Code, Section 2.2, 17.c, and through written response, have granted approval of this request. Again, it is standard practice that if no response was submitted, that the vacation request is deemed uncontested. This vacation of easement was reviewed per Florida statutes and found to be in compliance with Chapter 177 of the ULDC Chapter 2 Development Review. The legal review was conducted on this resolution by the city attorney as to form and correctness for Resolution 2025-R-78. The Planning and Zoning Division staff does recommend approval of petition number PVAC 2500042 via resolution number 2025-R-78. Thank you.
Thank you. Would staff care to rebut themselves?
No.
Right, we're happy to hear that. And we have no aggrieved parties, so I'm looking for any public comment we might have on this item.
There is none.
With that, commissioners, we're up. Anything to this? Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. So the pool is not built
No.
yet? They don't have enough space to build closer to the house, or what's the
So-
deal with them?
Any construction on this property will have to go through the building permit process and will be reviewed in compliance with the ULDC code. So they have to continue the process and review it, and it will only be approved if it is. We have not reviewed the request, but they will be subject to the code just like any other property and request to construct.
So they didn't care to come and be presenting?
I'm not sure if the applicant had the time to come to the meeting. I have had other applicants have to request off of work to be able to come represent, and I think they believe that you would make the proper decision.
So I guess I would rephrase my question.
Yeah.
There's not enough space for them as it is right now to build a swimming pool, not encroaching on easement as of right now, or?
Correct, that is why they're pursuing this vacation of easement.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Somewhat.
You good?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner. Got any public comment?
There is none.
All right, and Commissioners through. I guess at this point, we'll look at closing arguments. Any closing arguments?
None.
Then I will close this public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make it.
Go ahead.
I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-78 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by the Vice Mayor to adopt Resolution 2025-R-78 as presented. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. All right, 7:30. Moving on to Resolution 2025-R-83. This is a quasi-judicial hearing as well. City Clerk, if you read by title only, please.
Resolution number 2025-R-83, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating utility and drainage easements for lots 12, 13, and 14, Block 235, 18th Edition to Port Charlotte Subdivision, providing for findings, providing for recording, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. There are no aggrieved parties. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Looking for any ex parte communications on this item, Commissioner Petro?
None from me.
Vice Mayor?
I have none.
Mayor has none.
None for me.
Yes, I have. So, this property is located in my district, and it's also in my neighborhood. And I know the people that own this property, and I have had several conversations with them about this. And obviously, we've had phone conversations and emails and conversations in person about this.
Thank you, sir. All right, With that, we're on to presentations. Staff?
Thank you. Again, Adriana Silva, Planner 2. I've been sworn in. Today, we will be discussing resolution number 2025-R-83 for a vacation of easement at 2465 Salmisa Terrace. The applicant on this property are Mr. Ronald and Ms. Christine Cross. Their request is to vacate two of their platted 6-foot side utility and drainage easements located on lots 12, 13, and 14 of block 235, 8th addition to the Port Charlotte subdivision. For the record, I have been sworn. The background on this property, Mr. and Mrs. Cross are requesting this vacation for the flexibility of use on their property, no specific intent to build anything expressly on the property at this time. The property area is 36,116 square feet, and the total area of the utility and drainage easement to be vacated is 2,640 square feet. This request has been reviewed by utility providers for compliance with the ULDC section 2.2.17C, and through written response have granted their approval. If no response was received within 10 days, the request is deemed uncontested. This request has been found to be in compliance with the Florida Statute Chapter 177 and ULDC Chapter 2 Development Review. The city attorney has reviewed this accompanying resolution 2025-R-83 as to form and correctness. Planning and Zoning Division recommends approval of petition number PVAC 25-02921 via resolution number 2025-R-83. Thank you.
Thank you. And assuming you're not going to rebut yourself,
I'm
and we
not.
have no aggrieved parties, do we have any public comment on this? All right, commissioners, anything to this? Commissioner Langdon?
I have one question. Seeing as this property would be vacating 2 drainage easements, and although no plans are currently presented for how this property might be developed, what kind of impact would the easements of those drainage, the vacation of those drainage easements have on the overall drainage plan for that property? I know it would be very dependent on what they might build, but I'm just a little bit concerned about flooding in the area with 2 drainage easements being vacated.
Yes, so I wanted to pull back up the utility review process slide. So here you have all of the agencies that this request is transmitted to. So when we transmit them for review, we do provide them with the sketch and description of the property as well with the survey. And they review this to see if the property would require further access in the future to maintain and upkeep their requirement for drainage in the surrounding area. So Northport Public Works and Utilities have reviewed this request and have deemed that this would not interfere with their future need for maintenance.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Duval?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Basically, because I do live in the neighborhood, I'm familiar with this property. Mr. and Mrs. Cross own 3 lots. Basically, they're asking to vacate the easements on either side of their house. They do have plans to possibly, in the future, right next to their house, on one side where the easement is, to put in a standby generator. And the contractor that would do it, kind of requested, that if we could get this done before hurricane season, he would get that generator put in. And I do thank the city manager and city staff for getting this on the agenda now, because there has been some delays. Another neighbor across the street at the corner of Arena and Salmista. These people own the property at the corner of Arena and Salmista. And another neighbor across the street who owns a couple of lots put in a concrete drainage, paid for himself, that takes water, excess water from that area and dumps it into one of the city canals behind their property. And they paid for it themselves. So obviously I kind of support this.
I would ask city attorney, could you shed a little light on whether or not the input Commissioner Duval just gave is input that under a quasi-judicial process we're allowed to consider? And I'm asking that, I sort of know where I sit with this item, but I think it's important that you might weigh in on that, because I think it is an issue worth
So, in
oxygen to.
quasi-judicial proceeding, the board, no matter who it is only supposed to make a decision based on the evidence that's before it. So, they said what they said to you, Commissioner, but they're not here before you, so you can't make any decision based upon that. If that was here before you, it would be a different story, but that's not here. So you have to make it based on the evidence that's before you, applying it to the law, which is the code, and the, chapter 177.
I just have a question related to that. I was thinking along those same
Commissioner.
lines. I had a similar concern.
Certainly.
Did you give me the floor?
You have the
No, you
floor,
did.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. But given that the commissioner was providing the information as part of his quasi-judicial ex parte evidence, does that make it legitimate information for us to consider?
If it was before the board, yes, but I think it was given secondhand to him, so no. If the individual was here, it would be a little bit of a different story. They had written something in a letter, and you could enter that into evidence, it would have been a little bit different.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, again, in this particular case, it's relatively benign, but I bring it up only because it serves as good education. It's also a good reminder to those of us who have served a little longer too, because it's easy to lose sight of the idea of competent, substantial evidence and what goes on.
Exactly, and the issue is whether or not you're gonna have the ability to cross-examine the evidence, and if that's not here, you can't.
Cool, appreciate your input. Anything else, commissioners? Or on to closing arguments.
If it would be beneficial to the commissioners, I did want to expand on the ULDC section 2.2.17C for more context on the review process. So in the code, it does explain that based on the review that the utility agencies provide, they need to find that the easement meets the following requirements: that the vacation is of a public easement, it is not needed to provide city service to any property, no public utilities or city facilities are located or planned to be located in this area, and the easement is not necessary to any logical extension of public utility service, sanitary sewer service, drainage, or other city services to any property in the future, or an alternate and equally acceptable easement of such extension has been dedicated to the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have no aggrieved parties, and we have no applicants, so let's close this public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion.
I'd like to make that motion. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-83 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Duval, seconded by the Vice Mayor to adopt Resolution 2025-R-83 as presented, and let's vote on that, Commissioner. And that passes 5-0. With that, we're about to move on to general business. Let's take 12 minutes. Pete always needs an extra 2 minutes, so we're going with 12 minutes. Figure be back here at 7:52-ish.
Community involvement. So we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So A lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and my goal for the day is to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. If you're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree. It's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staffed all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here.
Duty to Devon.
Duty calls. Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes within there, and what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change my job and serve people, so I went ahead and went through an EMT and paramedic program, went to Fire Academy, and then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their beliefs and values and everything, so I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we can respond to any emergency, so we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job, so they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other, so everyone's sharp and on their A game, so it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
Most of us don't think about how our city works. We drive on maintained roads, we call when there's an emergency, we assume someone's keeping it all running, and they are. Northport University gives residents a chance to step behind the scenes, to meet the people doing the work, to see how decisions are made, and to understand how we, as a community, can be part of it. It's not just about learning the facts. It's about learning where you fit in and how you could shape the city we call home.
The most surprising thing would probably be the opportunity to get tased, which is really cool, understanding how that feels. Would recommend for everyone, unless they have a heart condition. I think another thing would probably be how many people it takes to run everything.
Is how well all the departments work together and how well each of the departments know about other departments. So in the case of a big emergency, they already know what other departments are already supposed to do, and they all work together.
This is always a dance. There's always moving parts. There's always things that can impact a decision, whether it's state, local, federal, revenue. All these things come into play. And
With Commissioner Emmerich among the missing, I'm sure he will be here momentarily, but we can move on a little bit to general business 25-2905, discussion possible action regarding the city clerk's annual evaluation. City manager, your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the annual evaluation for Madam City Clerk Heather Faust. The City Commission shall individually and collectively review and evaluate in writing the city clerk annually no later than November the 1st. Due to personal and budgetary reasons, the city clerk is requesting an approval of a 0% increase in salary for this evaluation period and respectfully request the commission to honor that request. We have also transmitted information requested today regarding the other clerk salaries in the area for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right, commissioners. We're up. Let's talk first. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been working with city clerk now for 5 years.
Yeah, put your mic on.
I've been working with city clerk now for 5 years, and from my perspective, I've watched her grow exponentially in those 5 years. She's grown not only professionally, but also personally and as a manager. She is the most credentialed city clerk in the county. She has recreated her team 100% since she took her current position, and she's building her team. I have personally witnessed some of her team building exercises, much to my amusement. They were having a lot of fun. I want a job in the clerk's department. And she also encourages everyone in her department to also develop professionally so that we can continue to deliver a very high level of service to the residents of this community. Finally, she's really focused on improving her confidence and her communication skills, particularly in speaking in these forums and speaking in public. And as someone who has had to overcome a fear of public speaking, I really appreciate the effort that that takes. And I have a lot of respect for that. I also want to point out that not only is she the most credentialed city clerk in the county, she is also the least well compensated. Now, we've spent, this and the previous commission has spent a fair amount of time over the past few years of right-sizing the salaries of our charter officers. And as we saw tonight, city clerk, this is the second time, it might be more, but this is the second time that you have asked us to not give you a raise at all. I find that unacceptable. given the performance that you have put in. So for all of those reasons, let me also say, I totally understand that we are in a current situation where finances are very important. We are in an environment where we don't know what the next year is going to bring in terms of the city's taxing authority. And I totally expect that this commission will go into the next budget cycle with a very different headset on. I think we've done the right sizing we've needed to do in terms of numbers. We've done the right sizing we've needed to do in terms of compensation so that we can attract the very best talent in this city so that we can continue to improve and deliver a high level of service. And so for all of those reasons, despite our concern about what next year might look like, we'll address that in the next budget cycle. I don't think that burdening our city clerk with those concerns at this particular point in time is fair to her, given the results and the performance that she has put in. So I'm going to propose a 10% raise for the city clerk. That will put her slightly above the next most poorly paid city clerk in the county. So let's sort of keep this in balance. So that's my review. I'm sticking to it, and that is my proposed increase for the city clerk, and I'm sticking to that. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I find it very acceptable to honor her ask and not to have a raise, because we have to honor her ask. That's a starting point. But I find it very intriguing that when we look for comparison, we choose within the county, and we, I don't want to say the less affluent community, but certainly we comparing Longboat Key, City of Venice, and City of Sarasota with, you know, how they stand and how affluent those communities are. But we don't compare Punta Gorda, for example, or Port Charlotte. I find it amusing that we pick and choose what we want when we come to decision-making process. So I would like to be very unbiased and fair. But I also want to compliment the city clerk and her work, at least on my level, interacting with her. She's been very prompt, replying, very approachable, very disciplined, and I guess that comes from a military experience. But at least on my level, I can say that she has done a good job with me as an individual city commissioner, and what I've witnessed as a city commission board, that she did a good job. So also going back to my first point, I think 149 is a fair salary, taking into consideration the current economic condition we are in as a city. And I would not be in support of raising 10% of her salary. That doesn't mean anything of what I think less of her or more. It's totally separate in a way. And plus, she asked us to waive it. And I want to honor her ask. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your input there, Commissioner. Anybody else on this?
I got a question.
Commissioner Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the points, we were given this data sheet, comparing City of Northport, Longboat Key, City of Venice, City of Sarasota. Our population is the highest our city clerk's salary is the lowest. Her certifications are higher than any other. I've been here a year and I get to see a lot of, the city clerk's office has been my lifeline. I'm an Android person, and
an
the
Apple
city
phone.
gave me an Apple phone, an Apple iPad, and without the people in the city clerk's office and some IT people, it's a different language, and when you're 76 years old, learning a new language isn't easy. The work that she's done, as my fellow commissioners have mentioned, building her staff, building the correct staff, and making the tough decisions when needed. That's not easy. And then I look at the request to, not get a raise, in the vein of, leave some of that money for the people that work for me. And I add to that, I had a discussion with the city manager in my one-on-one, and we talked about CPI. A lot of senior people, myself included, are on Social Security. And our raises go per the CPI. And with my discussion with the city manager, we talked about, well, what's average for CPI? It's kind of difficult because, there isn't a real average. Some years it's 2.7, some years it's 3%. Occasionally, a few years ago, there was one that was almost, I think it was around 8%. But just for this year, in the example, I got the notice, it's 2.8%. And that will be the Social Security raise. So I kind of take that into, I'm trying to put everything together, and, next year, we are going to have problems. It's hard for me to say to the city clerk, yeah, take no raise. Everybody deserves a raise. The work the city clerk has done and looking at all the figures, I'm going to say I think 10% is a little too high, but I'd go along with 5%, 100%. And I have always, said from when the city clerk, when I first met the city clerk and I was sitting down there, we had the best city clerk. And I believe that totally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Vice Mayor.
Yeah, that's questions for Ms. Faust. In your past raises, and this, I'm going off of Commissioner Langdon's statement, didn't we do a right sizing a few years ago, or has it been just a consistent raise platform over the years?
I've had consistent raise platforms over the years. Last year, I did change my evaluation date to match the time frame of new commissioners coming in, so they weren't rating me right after they came on board. And so-
Right, now I remember that, but I thought we might have given you an extra raise, but no, it was because we changed the dates, you ended up getting 2 different raises in that year.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to remember. As Commissioner Duvall spoke, coming into this, I was not happy with saying, yeah, I don't need an increase. I think she's worked very hard for it. And I agree she does deserve an increase. And I was a little shocked when I heard Commissioner Langdon propose the 10% because our normalcy with charter officers is 5%. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Duvall on the 5%. I wouldn't go any higher at this time. That's just my opinion.
Vice Mayor.
But it's better than 0.
Well,
that's all I got, Mayor.
Now I get to weigh in last. Do you deserve a raise? You bet you do. You run a great department. in the 3 years I've been on this commission, I've seen the department get more and more professional. And frankly, it's a pleasure to work with you and your staff. So, you know, do you deserve a raise? You bet you do. And it is to your credit to care enough and to have the big picture to realize how tight dollars are for this city. But you shouldn't have to do it on your dime. You can do it on your budget, on your department's budget dime. And so, you know, I'm supportive of a raise of 5%. I think it's fair. That's typically what we do. And it's an acknowledgement of how good you are at what you do and the hard work you've put in and the credentials you've accumulated here and the value you bring to this city. As we go into our next budget cycle, which is going to happen a lot sooner than probably anybody ever thought it would or wished it would. And there's a chance where we have to really tighten up the belt even more. We know we're going to have a lot of challenges, and to me, that's the place for each of our department heads to look at when they're given a direction and a number of dollars or percentages to work with. That's what they work with. I don't think any one person needs to fall on the sword for it, but I commend you for doing it. I think it's an honorable thing to say and do, and it makes me want to give you a raise all that much more. So I'm good with the 5%. Commissioner Langdon?
Yeah, I do want to acknowledge that Northport is not a wealthy community. But when we go to source staff, these are the communities we compete with. And I think it is very safe to say that when you're the city clerk in a city of almost 100,000 people, that the workload is heavier than smaller communities that aren't growing as rapidly and don't have some of the financial challenges that we have. And when you have a city clerk who has aggressively pursued her own professional development, has recreated her department, and pulled together, so, I mean, I have never been more happy with the support I get from the city clerk's team. And to give her the average raise, knowing we're going into an environment where there might not be any raises, we don't know, to not acknowledge what she has accomplished in the past few years and give her the average raise, I think is an injustice to our city clerk. And if not 10%, let's do a little better than 5%. We know we're going into tough waters for the next few years, and to not acknowledge and reward what this city clerk has accomplished would be grossly unfair to her.
Mr. Christian Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. Now you can see that we have from 10 to 0. Just, I want to make it clear, I did not propose 0. I just said, let's honor her request. But I just want to make it more fair, and I do believe that the city clerk sized her department appropriately, and there's enough people, and she's doing a good job as far as managing. I'm okay with 5%. I would not go more than 5%. But that's the beauty of a board. You know, we have differences of opinions, and we can narrow it down and make it more workable and pleasable to, in this case, city clerk, that she might be well rewarded for that. But I think 5% is very fair, and I wouldn't anything above. I think it's extravagant. It's extravagant. Thank you. So I would I would do 5% and be in support of 5%. Thank you.
I didn't hit
Yeah, you can.
Well, I just remember the last time when she came up and asked for 0%, we got on this tangent of talking about how great she was. So I just think this is a repeat performance. Thank you, City Clerk.
It's a strategy. It's a strategy.
That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk, on this? Do we have any public comment?
Debbie McDowell.
Debbie McDowell again. It just shows what a leader she is by saying, you know, I don't need a raise. Budgetary constraints. She's looking out for her team. She's looking out for the taxpayers. She's looking out for the citizens. And that should be commended. The other thing is she is highly skilled in her role. Municipal city clerk, that's her experience, that's her training. She earned that certification. But what I did not hear, and forgive me if I'm telling your story out of school, she's also a Florida municipal city clerk. That is amazing that she has that kind of credentialing. And I have to correct you, Vice Mayor. When you say on average, we give our charter officers 5%, y'all gave him 15 last year.
And the right sizing.
So, you know, she does deserve a raise, and I know that's shocking to hear from me. 10% is, I would never go for it, but you also have to honor part of her request of looking out for her team and the budget and every other reason that she doesn't want a raise, and maybe just kind of meet in the middle of 0 to 5% and just give a CPI so that way then she's not losing any of the income that she already has. So I'm just throwing it out there. Great job, City Clerk. You do a very good job for your department.
Any other public comments? All righty. With that then, looking for a motion.
I'll make it. If I can hit this button. I move to conclude the annual evaluation for City Clerk Heather Faust and give her a 5% salary increase.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Duval, to conclude the annual evaluation of City Clerk Heather Faust and award her a 5% salary increase. If there's nothing more to it, folks, let's vote. And that passes 5-0.
I'd like to
Congrat-
comment,
What's that?
if I might comment.
Yeah, why not?
I voted for the 5% raise. I'm disappointed that it wasn't higher, but I didn't want the community to perhaps misconstrue that I was not supportive of giving city clerk a raise at all. So it was clear for me in the comments shared that the other commissioners felt 5% was appropriate. So I went with that. So I think city clerk, you definitely deserve more. But again, I didn't want anyone to misconstrue if I voted no, that I didn't think city clerk deserved a raise at all. So I went with the 5%.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
All right,
I wear my heart on my sleeve.
moving on. We got 25-29-21, discussion possible action regarding individual commissioners' interaction with staff. Item is at the request of Commissioner Petro. So I'm going to turn the floor over to him and Dimitri.
Thank you, Mayor.
Certainly.
There are a number of reasons why I put this agenda item for discussion to solve this issue. One of the main reasons is because it's a great concern for me, and it needs to be addressed and solved. And I would like to ask the city clerk to put, or IT, to put the chart of city organizational work chart. And I have a couple points to make, so it might be a little bit too long, but not too long. A little bit long, but not too long. First, let me be very clear. All 5 of us are public elected officials, which means we were elected by the people of the city. Hence, we're accountable to the people of the city. And not only on election day, but every day we serve. And I highlighted the top of this chart with the citizens of Northport. That's who is in charge. And we, as at least, I'll be speaking on my behalf now, I'm accountable to my constituents, to the citizens of this city. I do know my role as a commissioner, and lest we forget, we can take a look at this chart again, and that chart clearly shows the flow of authority. So that's my first point. Because I was elected, I'm not looking for any more promotion, because if anything, and I tell this somewhat often, I'm not looking for any more promotions, because if anything, I got promoted by being elected. So that's my first point, that the citizens of Northport are above us, and we shouldn't forget that. The second point I want to make is, let's talk about our charter limitations for the commission. And yes, thank you, Heather. And if we look, and why do we need to talk about this? Because I was told not to ask any questions to city staff, let alone get on one-on-one discussion with the staff. We can talk about the interpretation of this item and get differences of opinions and legal opinions and legal scholars. But the truth to the matter is simple. What is the best for the city? Now, if you want to be technical, and I want to be technical, we can use our logic. And I'm going to be reading from the city charter, section 5.02. In the booklet of the city charter, it's page 8. And it clearly states that neither the city commission nor any commissioner, that is, individual commissioner, shall give orders to or make requests of any of the city manager's subordinates. Now, give orders means tell someone to do something. Make requests is a bit different. It means ask someone to do something. So as a commissioner, I'm prohibited or limited by the city charter or our constitution to tell our staff to tell someone to do something for me. Give me this report. That would be, I'm not allowed or limited to give orders. Making requests, hey, can you ask to do this for me? That is also not allowed. A simple dictionary definition, in short, it simply means not to give directives or orders to the city employees, i.e. staff. This document does not prohibit me from talking to the staff. This document does not prohibit me to have a discussion or one-on-one. This document does not prevent or prohibit me to ask questions such as why? Why are we doing this? Meaning getting deeper in the question. And I find it ironic because we are a unity of community, we are a community of unity. Where's the openness? Where's transparency? For the past 12 months, I've been very weird. And I tell you why. Weird is very strange or not natural. when I'm around staff, I can only ask, hey, how's the weather, or how are the kids? That's weird. When we have a national night out or any other city event, I cannot approach anybody. I'm the first one to get away from the old festivities. I don't like to attend national whatever night out or Halloween. I'm not allowed to ask any questions by the directions of the city manager. I mean, do you see any problems with that? Do you see any problems with the control of information that flows solely through one person, where the around 1,000 people are employed by the city, and I cannot converse and ask any questions? Why are we talking about this? I got to this point few days of that meeting. I don't know exact date, but I can look it up. The date of the meeting was 23rd of September. My agenda briefing is on Thursday. So whatever the Thursday before that meeting was, whatever the date was, I was essentially given an ultimatum saying either we discuss this publicly or you abide, I'm paraphrasing, you follow the rules. Which I took it on my own initiative, and I'm bringing this to the light and want to talk about this. Shielding the commission from everybody else who works in the city is absurd, in my opinion. Telling the city employees not to engage in conversation with the commissioners is absurd. Hearing from a high-level employee who's the director, who told me personally after I had the conversation with him, Commissioner, shh, you cannot talk to me, is absurd. Asking some questions, one of the directors, and this is a different director, I was told, I cannot talk to you, I cannot answer you because they're gonna ask me what I said. I mean, I got to this point because sooner or later it had to be addressed, and I'm not really confrontational by nature, but I just want to resolve this, and this document is our policy for the city commission, and we just went through. The give orders means tell someone to do something, make request means ask someone to do something, which I've never done, by the way. I have not violated either or. Give orders, make requests. In short, give directives. More than once, more than twice, I witnessed such ridiculous statements to my face from the city employees when I was simply wanted to chat, not about the weather, but to deepen my understanding about something that was important to me to know as a commissioner, to make a right decision. And I know the explanation that was given to me. If you have any questions, ask the city's manager's office or go through his office. We did witness the meeting that was held on September 23rd and the response from the city manager. And that's a separate subject which requires attention, but I want to stick to my topic first. The city manager misquoted the charter, which I came up to him after the meeting, and I told him, you did misquote the charter by saying we cannot ask questions, or he was saying asking questions is a violation of our city charter. That is not true. Numerous times, the city manager and some city commissioners told me personally that if individual commissioner asks the staff, it puts them into an uncomfortable position because of our status. And that was repeatedly embedded into my brain over and over. You put them in an uncomfortable situation. And quite frankly, if I was employee of the city, I would feel uncomfortable because I would not want to lose my job, which is my income to support my family. I would not want to lose my job, and I would abide by that policy, obviously. Which is my next point that will be leading to the personnel policy. But before we go there, I find it contrary, we as commissioners can get firsthand accounts of our city operations. We can challenges and opportunities by speaking directly to staff. I mean, if we're talking about transparency, what is there to hide? If they're told not to engage, of course they're not going to engage. But I respect the office of the charter officer, in this case, city manager. But I will not tolerate any behavior that undermines the effectiveness of my job as a city commissioner. And third, I would like to ask IT or Heather to put the policy so we can talk about this. It's the it's a section from the policy that I want to talk about, which was developed, I believe, by the current city manager and adopted by the city manager. Let's look at the personnel policy number 6.8. First paragraph of this policy says, city commissioners are expected to communicate with employees through the city manager or designee. And let me pull it up myself because I wrote some notes. I see so many problems and so many flaws with this policy that I don't know where to start, but just have some patience. I'll go through all of them. This policy is so flawed that it needs to be modified. So city commissioners are expected to communicate with the city employees through the city manager. My question is, and you don't have to answer this now, how does one expect to enforce this policy for the city commissioners? I mean, this is other way around. And I'm looking at the screen because the same policy is displayed on my screen. So don't think I'm not looking in your eyes, but it's, to me, let's go even further. I have problems with procedure. Any employee who receives verbal or written request direction, or inquiry from a city commissioner. To inquire means to ask for information. It is flawed, meaning commissioner must immediately notify, employee must immediately notify the city commissioner, city manager, I'm sorry. It's clearly flawed. F-L-A-W-E-D, flawed. No employee is authorized to respond directly to a city commissioner without the prior approval of the city employee's charter officer. It's like asking Deputy Chief Morales, what is our vaping policy on public property? And he would be like, Commissioner, let me get back to you. I got to run through the city manager's office. We'll reconvene next week, or I'll send you an email with the question. Or better yet, ask the city manager's office that question. Don't ask me any questions. And that's a hypothetical example. That did not happen, but if Deputy Chief Morales would abide by this policy, that's how he would do it, which is completely flawed. Next, we go to the second paragraph of procedure. Well, let's do the first one. The commission does not answer to the city manager. The second paragraph says, last sentence, all verbal and written communication with the city manager. Let me read it. This shall ensure that the city manager and appropriate staff members are informed on all verbal and written communication with the city manager. I'm sorry, with the city commissioners. That's flawed. I mean, that's another problem there. Number 3, for employees who fall under the city clerk or city attorney authority, all written communication, including requests for information, must be directed through the city clerk or the city attorney, respectively. I thought the charter officers are independent. How does this policy of city manager falls under the city attorney or city clerk. I mean, by reading this policy, the control is expanded over to the city clerk, which is a dependent, and city attorney. How does this policy apply to other city charter? I just want, I'm asking these questions, not looking for the answers right now, but I want to know the answers after I'm finished. So, in my opinion, staff should be free from fear to interact with individual commissioners. After all, they can read the charter themselves by not accepting orders from the commissioners. I know the intentions of Commissioner Duval. By no means he was trying to undermine the authority of the city manager's office. I know him well, that he thrives to do what's the best for the city. I mean, he's 76. What is he promoting himself with city employees, trying to be a cool guy? I don't think so. But he can speak for himself. Staff should feel free to engage in conversation with individual commissioners. But case after case, I can tell you that the staff was and is directed not to engage with individual commissioners. It is evident that because I was told by those employees to my face, I cannot engage with you. I mean, what do you want to talk? If you ask me, it's a hostile work environment. I just, I'm a new, but I cannot continue as it is. I just cannot. We as individual commissioners, or the board for that matter, don't have to abide by this policy, which is clearly expected that we should from the policy first sentence. I grew up in a system where I was not allowed to ask questions, where there was no freedom of speech. I see some resemblance in this city and in the culture of the city. And this is very worrisome or trouble environment, for me at least. The policy should reflect the city charter instead of made-up rules that directly affects the commission board or individual commissioners in a negative way. I find it ironic that the citizen can come to any director, to anybody in the city, chat about whatever they want as an individual or as a group, whereas commissioners or commission or individual commissioners as I am, I'm not allowed to ask questions. I do believe it's time for change, and change must be implemented within this policy and our city cultural environment. And I also believe this policy certainly has ethical implications and most likely legal implications, which includes the First Amendment. I mean, you're not allowed to ask questions. Okay, you can ask questions, but don't go any. The nature of the question might be limited, as we heard from the city managers on that meeting on the 23rd. He started to ask questions that are in nature that puts the staff into uncomfortable position. And again, going back, why do they feel uncomfortable? Well, simply because if they answer questions or if they engage, they can lose the job. That's it. I mean, transparency. What about my core values, which I ran on, was transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. I cannot go against my values. I do have a motion to make, but I would like to open up the floor for the discussion of my fellow city commissioners. Let me end with that. My intention was not to undermine the authority of the city manager, nor go against the charter. but I can read very well. I might not be as eloquent as some others, but going back to give orders or make requests. Give orders means tell someone to do something. Make requests means ask someone to do something. Tell someone to do something, ask someone to do something. If we cross that line, yes, we can be warned, we can be put on the floor and whatever you want to call it. But you might say, what about the sunshine law? I've looked into that also. Florida law does not have general restriction on a commissioner talking to a staff member. Commissioners can communicate with city employees for factual information and advice. That would be totally against current policy, without violating the sunshine law. As long as it's one-on-one interaction with two commissioners or more being present without the notice of the public. I do have something more to say, but I don't want to take too much time. So with that, I want to open up a discussion, and thank you, Mayor, for giving me the floor. I appreciate it. So
Thank you, Commissioner
I would like to
Petro.
know your opinions.
All right. Vice Mayor, you're up next.
Yeah, Commissioner Petro, you brought up the charter and you quoted from section 5.02, limitations of the city commission powers. The one thing that I noticed is you started in the middle of the sentence. The beginning of the sentence states, commissioners shall deal with administrative services through the city manager. It says shall, not may, not should, not maybe. So that's what's in the charter. That's the language that was approved by referendum to be in the charter. So, and if you need just 1 second, the definition of administrative duties include overseeing city operations and departments, managing the city budget, and implementing council decisions. They are responsible for hiring and supervising staff, acting as a liaison between departments and the elected officials, and serving as the city's public-facing representative to the media and citizens. Essentially, they are the chief administrative officers responsible for the day-to-day professional management of the city. This charter is what binds us as commissioners with those limitations. Now, with that said, you said you cannot talk to staff. That is untrue.
I was told that.
No, listen. Because we have one-on-ones, we have agenda briefings, we have all sorts of ways that when we communicate with the city manager, and I'm just gonna use a hypothetical since Sandy's sitting back there, you had questions about something going on in Parks and Recs. You go to the city manager and said, hey, I got my agenda briefing or my one-on-one on Friday. Is there any way Sandy could be here for this discussion to discuss these issues that I have? And 9 times out of 10, if there's not a conflict between either one of them, she would be there to answer your questions. You do have access, but the reason being going through the city manager is so everybody's on the same equal playing field. If you catch an employee off guard, they may not have that information handy. They may have to go look for it. But if they know that, let's say, your question's about new playground equipment. Let's just use that. All that information would be easily available through that meeting, so all your questions can be answered. It's a procedure that we go through to where you need information, if it needs to be sent to the rest of the commissioners, just like we get on agenda briefing emails. A commissioner asked this question. Okay, we get the question, we get the response. Everybody's on the same playing field. If any one commissioner just goes rogue, we don't have all that information. We don't know what's going on with that situation. You know, are you going, and I'm not using you personal, is a commissioner going to this person or this department to try and influence staff to do something out of nature, which is prohibited as well. So that's why these procedures and policies are set up. And the policy that you mentioned is set up because of this charter. Another thing that's set up because of this charter is the city manager's contract. So when you violate the charter, you violate the contract. So that could open up doors down the road that we wouldn't want to see either. But either the charter needs to get changed. If the charter is changed, so does the contract need to get changed.
Can I respond, Mayor?
That's all I had. I'm done.
Sure,
Okay.
Yeah,
Commissioner Linton?
We're having a conversation. I don't mind.
Yeah, and this is a healthy conversation, so, you know, I appreciate everybody being professional about it.
Except a few.
Oh, Commissioner Petrov, by all means.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Emmerich, I respect your input. Nevertheless, I will include commissions shall deal with administrative services. I never said that I overstepping or, and can you read the first sentence of that definition again? So I don't have to find it. I was going to find it, but since you have
It
it.
says city, I just Googled it. It's on
That's fine.
Google. It's city manager administrative duties include overseeing city operations and departments,
City operations departments.
managing the city budget, and implementing council decisions.
Never in my 12 months, a little bit less than 12 months, I've overstepped to that extent. I've never this is why I want to be loud and clear, never wanted to deal with administrative services. I don't want to manage the budget. I don't want to manage employees, tell them what to do. This is completely irrelevant to what I'm saying. It doesn't, has no correlation with what I'm saying. And legally, ethically and legally, this policy is wrong. We can go point by point. We can put this on the screen again. I have notes written under each and underline, all of them. They actually, procedures violate the charter. If you want to go that route, for this document, or portion of this document violates the charter. I mean, how do you want us to be expected to communicate? Through the city manager's office? What about inquiry? To inquire means to ask a question for information. Moreover, the city employees are guarded in such a way that they cannot engage with us. I just find it amusing. If this is not a clear presentation of my facts, I don't know what can be. But I want to hear what others say, but I want to go on after that, maybe make a motion or.
Okay. Good to have you set, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Langdon?
Thank you, Mayor. I do concur with Vice Mayor when I read the city charter. What I see is a clear delineation in the role of charter officers, in this case, city manager, and the role of commissioners. And city manager is responsible for the implementation of policies and laws that this body enacts. So I do agree with Vice Mayor that we're limited and should be, but I really don't want to go there because what I'm hearing in your comments, if I'm reading you right, is that you feel that you are being prevented from getting information that you feel you need to do your job as a commissioner for the city. Am I reading you correctly? Is that your concern?
You're so predictable, Commissioner LinkedIn.
I strive to be.
And I concur with the vice mayor on the administrative services. That was not even my point. I'm not going there. I'm going what I'm prevented from. If I want to get information, I will, but that's not the right way. I shouldn't say right way. That's not the only way it should be. So, yes, I can ask the city manager, but I will be repeating myself what I just said before. I was very thorough. If you want me, I can go back to my notes.
If I may, I do want to add some more on to one of the points that Vice Mayor made, which is about having an informational playing field. So it's interesting. We sort of had this conversation when Commissioner Duval was sharing some information in quasi-judicial that he had gotten through casual conversations with his neighbors. It's a similar thing. So if one of us gathers information through one-on-one conversations with different members of staff, how does that information get shared with all of us so that there is a level playing field of information? For me, you know, if you brought information like that forward to share with this body, my question would be, who is this person? Are they really in a position to give us a full and complete picture of the question? Are they really someone who understands the broader topic and can give a really complete answer to the question? So again, and let me also say, and I think Vice Mayor mentioned that, you know, we have the opportunity in our one-on-ones. I really use my agenda briefings, and several times when I've had questions of a certain department or even concerns. Now, my job isn't execution, but sometimes you see things and hear things. If I have a concern, I'll have a conversation with city manager and say, you know, I have these questions. I'll pick on Elena because she's here. I have some questions about what's going on in development or certain projects in the city. I'd like to speak with her. And either city manager will set up a one-on-one for me, or more commonly, the department head that I have a question about will come to my agenda briefing, and we use that time. And as I'm sure you've observed yourself, we'll see memos come across. A commissioner had this question, and this is the answer to that question. So we all have an opportunity to get that information. And again, if any of us sort of go outside of that, number one, we do run the risk of getting information from someone that may not have a complete picture of that situation, who might not be able to share, and the rest of us, I wouldn't have the opportunity to question that person to say, oh, well, what other things were considered and rejected and why, you know? So once we start delving into operations in that way, I think we really start skirting potential issues with the charter, potential ethical issues. I certainly would be unhappy with my fellow commissioners if I felt that they were getting information that I wasn't privy to and couldn't validate on my own, in my own way. So again, I have to ask, because I'm sensing that you feel that you're not getting access to information.
I never said that.
No,
If
you
I can-
didn't, but I'm sort of in your comments and concerns. Is that not? I mean, do you feel you get the information you need to do your job as a commissioner? Because if you don't, there could be a variety of ways we
Can I
might
respond?
resolve that.
Well, again, I'm going back to the charter. If the charter does not prohibit me from conversing with the city employees,
But again, I think it does. Reading the charter.
no, it does not. But let me
Folks,
finish. I want to
Would
finish
you,
my...
would you all be kind enough, this is such an important issue for us to discuss, and I think for the city too. Please, it's a bit distracting for me at least to hear people talk. You know, we're trying to do this in a really civil, respectful way, so we really want to air all this. So please, if you could, and give the commissioners a chance to talk to each other here.
Again, thank you, Mayor. I'm going back to the city charter. The city charter does not prohibit me, and I'm a logical human being. I intentionally ask questions on my agenda briefing or one-on-one so that it can be emailed to all of you and you can have the same information. That's not what this is about. This is about the policy that is completely flawed. I mean, if we need to go over again, I can go paragraph by paragraph. This policy is written in such a way that keeps us versus them. Well, no wonder that nobody wants to talk to me, and I'm being weird for the past 12 months. I'm not looking for the information that would be privileged information and not shared with you. Like I said, I intentionally ask on my agenda briefings, on my one-on-one, more of an agenda briefing, so that information can be shared. I'm asking, and I can give example, vaping policy. Hey, Deputy Chief, what is our vaping policy on public places? I cannot talk to you, Commissioner Petro. You have to go through the city manager. Those types of questions, conversation. I'm not looking to overstep any authority. I'm not looking to promote myself. Clearly, the charter states making requests, ask someone to do something for me. Give orders means tell someone to do something for me. Never I asked those types of questions. But every time I conversed, somebody was looking over my shoulder, like hawks, you know, deputy or assistant manager. And I was new, I couldn't figure out. Within minutes, the information flows back to the city manager, who would rebuke me for talking to them, to those people, which, by the way, not his employees, are city employees. We should not be doing, these are my employees, or yours, or this is you. I was told from employees that are no longer with the city that information is being withheld from us. That information is being presented in such a way that we would do what the staff requests upon directions of the city manager. And those are not disgruntled employees, those are real facts. And if we want to go and get written affidavits, and to that extent, I don't think we should go that way. But what I'm simply asking, and that would be in my motion, is to remove and redo this policy, which is completely flawed. And again, I'm not going on the same level of information and all that stuff. I mean, I've heard that many, many, many times. I've heard same stuff over and over. That puts them into an uncomfortable position. And I addressed that in my answer. Of course, that puts them into an uncomfortable position because of this policy. That is flawed. If anything, this policy has ethical implications. And if we, I don't want to go any route to that extent, but if it needs to be, it's legally flawed as well. I mean, there's a certain type of question you can ask, and there's a certain type of question you cannot ask. I mean, who decides what? It doesn't prevent me from asking any questions. Of course, if I would be saying, hey, assistant, whatever, the director of planning and zoning, I need the report of such and this and that. Yes, I crossed that boundary. I never done it. And if I've done it, let the truth come out. Maybe I did it unintentionally, but I don't recall that I did. But I'm going back to this. This is flawed. This needs to be changed. I never want to do administrative services. I never want to undermine the city's manager's authority. I just want to do my job effectively. And if I have a question, and I'm not going to approach somebody, a landscaper, and asking him, hey, how many properties do we have as a city? Do we know? Do you know? That's a joke. If you keep referring to that same level of information, I mean, it's such, I don't know what to say, but if this is not solved, I'll seek other routes to solve this or alternative routes to do this, because clearly Commissioner Duval and I, we wanted to do what's best for the city, and we've been coerced, for a better lack of words, but I want to do my job effectively. I want to be free. I don't want to be a weird guy and not converse with the city staff, not giving any directions. I'm not asking for that. I mean, how many times I had to make myself clear? I'm not looking to promote myself. I'm not looking to undermine his or her office, charter offices, or authority for that matter. But this needs to be addressed, and I have a proposition, but I guess I'm going in circles, repeating myself. Thank you.
What's that? Well, I have something to say. If anybody wants to speak, they're more than welcome to put their name up there. It's a good conversation, and Commissioner Petrov, makes some, raises some valid concerns, about his ability to talk to people, and we could sit and debate. I listened to everybody speak so far, and there's been a number of comments regarding the interpretation of the charter. I mean, we all read and speak English, and we can read it and interpret it as we see fit. But when this whole issue came up and it went onto the agenda, I tried to see, all right, who else is doing it? It's not like Northport is the only thing that exists in this world. There are other municipalities, counties, organizations. You got the military, you got private business, you got municipal governments. How do they handle this? Does anybody else do this and allow basically an unfettered access for commissioners in a council manager form of government? I can't find anywhere. Even AI, and we all know AI is like, they know. I mean, AI is the truth, right? I mean, I pulled all kinds of stuff off the line, and AI says, absolutely, commissioners should have access to information and to subject matter experts in order to be able to do their jobs and represent the citizens, as long as it's done through a structure. And there are so many reasons I see why that's important. Accepting the basic premise that any elected official has the absolute right to any information they want and access to any person who works in this city. I absolutely concur with Commissioner Petrov that should be the case. But it should go through a structure in order to protect everyone. I believe that Commissioner Petrov and Commissioner Duval have the utmost integrity, but not everybody may believe that. Commissioner Petrov has a business with his brother. What happens in the event some third party who might have been hustling to compete with him for a project he might want to do and makes the accusation, I have an unreliable source that Commissioner Petrov talked to members of the building staff about this. Now, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But I don't want to see him in that position. If we were to ask the ethics board what they thought, they would say he hasn't violated anything either way, but potentially that could possibly happen. I don't know what their recommendation would be. The ICMA, their university studies, people who are experts out there on this form of government, and all of them start with the same basic statement. Elected officials absolutely have access to information and to any subject matter experts, but you got to do it through some form of structure. I've never wanted anything, or if I just wanted to learn more about something, okay, no one person knows everything. So, if I want to talk about land use, man, I know who I want to talk to. And I have asked for the ability to do that on occasion, and of course I've gotten it. It's not been a problem. And then it's processed, and everyone can share from the same information that I've benefited from. And for employees, you can look at it one way, that employees might live under the fear of, God, an oppressive leader who might say, you run the risk of losing if you talk to anybody. I look at it the other way, that what if an employee who has a certain limitation of information, at whatever level they may operate at, we as commissioners need to make sure that the information we're getting is accurate, it's complete, it's comprehensive, it includes all perspectives. We've been fighting hard to make sure staff is held accountable to that. We don't want to know just what staff recommends. We want to know what staff thinks, their subject matter experts' input into a 365-degree view of a particular issue. I want to make sure we all benefit from that so we can make the best decisions for the citizens. The other thing is, as commissioners, we should hold our charter officers responsible for their departments and for the actions and behaviors of everyone who reports to them. And we know it happens because especially in an organization of 1,000 people, there are people who are happy with things, aren't happy sometimes, happy not sometimes, have issues sometimes. And the ability for an employee to either purposely or inadvertently circumvent that chain of command, so to speak, and undermine perhaps the authority of a supervisor or a manager, puts them in a tough position, because if that employee were to say, well, I did it because, I thought that was what I understood. I talked to Commissioner so-and-so and they said this and that. And how can we as commissioners hold our charter officers responsible for what happens in their departments? I don't want to withhold information or access to anybody. So, we're laymen up here, and ladies, we sit here, we try to interpret this information. I've talked to other administrative people, I've talked to other municipal venues. Nobody does it. And some commissioners want to get a little deeper into subjects, and that needs to be accommodated through a structure. No problem with that. I'm totally in lockstep with Commissioner on that. But, maybe the best way, we sit here and we have our opinions, and we're all entitled to our opinions, and we all have made some pretty good points and raised various perspectives. What about getting, a legal opinion from our legal opinion, even though we sort of already have that, but maybe in a more formal sense? Maybe we should reach out to third-party organizations to actually get some input on this. Maybe we should turn it over to the Charter Review Board, because after all, that's one of their responsibilities. I'd be real interested to allow them to perhaps go do some due diligence and try to determine who else does this and where there might be a sweet spot, you know, or maybe a way to do this, because I think we're talking a little at cross steps. I mean, Commissioner Petrov is saying, I'm not doing anything that's wrong. I just feel that I ought to have access. And there's arguments for why you should, and there's arguments for why can potentially be a very slippery slope for everybody involved in a particular situation. So maybe we should defer to you know, either people and or organizations who are incredibly more knowledgeable than we on the charter's ambiguous, and that maybe it doesn't say that. Well, then, yeah, maybe we need to address a policy thing. But it just seems like, you know, if you step away from it a little bit and you just look at this issue, what's our end game here? The end game is to do the best for our citizens in this city. And that requires access, it requires information. If there's a way to get it without undermining a chain of command or walking that slippery slope, I'd be interested in hearing more about that. So maybe that's a direction we could go. And again, you know, if it takes a form of emotion or consensus, we could see. But I don't want to hog any more time. Commissioner Duval, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I have so many thoughts. Since that meeting where I held up the poster, I can't tell you how many nights I've woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I can't sleep. Whenever I have a meeting that I have to come to, I don't sleep. On a day when I know I don't have to go to City Hall, I sleep like a log. 76 years old, I'm a big boy, I can take care of myself. But I am an elected official in this city. This is very uncomfortable for me. Back when I worked for a living, I supervised as many as 120 people. And the dictum that I lived by was, you praise in public, you criticize in private. If I had an issue with one of my employees, one of my students, I brought him into my office and we talked things over. This is city government, this is different. Everything's supposed to be sunshine law in the open. So, as uncomfortable as this is, you know, I've known for weeks that this has to come out in the open. First of all, none of it is personal. For me, it's about the business. And the business for me is the citizens' business. When Commissioner Petrov first started speaking, he used the term hostile work environment. And for me, that's what I've been seeing. Shortly after I was elected, we had an item on our agenda to vote to either replace or not replace a couple of trailers storage trailers at Public Works that had been damaged by the Hurricane Ian, I believe it was. One of the trailers was around $20,000. The other one was over $50,000. And I'm like, gee, a storage trailer? You know those metal containers that come in on ships? And they go on flatbeds, they go on trains? You can buy one of those used for about $4,000. I'm thinking, gee, maybe the citizens would appreciate it if we could buy something a little cheaper. Public Works isn't far from my home. I went to Public Works, parked my car in the yard. It was around 3:30 in the afternoon. There were some workers that were finished, with their major jobs for the day, but it wasn't time to clock out yet, so they were sitting outside. So I just asked a couple, where are these storage trailers that need to be replaced? And they, seemed a little confused at that, and they said, well, go ask that guy. And the guy went over and asked, apparently he was a supervisor of some sort. And I asked him, and he looked at me and said, who are you? And I told him that I was a newly elected commissioner. I left there, went and did some errands, went home. By the time I got home, city manager had called my phone twice. And the next time I saw the city manager said to me, we don't allow the public in those areas. I didn't say anything, but in my head I had this thought, I am not the public. I am an elected official of this city, and it's up to me to know as much as I can about the decisions that I have to make. That was the first one. When it comes to talking to city employees, we had a meeting here on this dais. We were all here not that long ago. And the topic was options for funding for a possible transfer station. And we were given 3 possible options of how to pay for it. Our referendums didn't pass. So there were an option of, well, we'll charge a one-time fee of $160 to all residents, or maybe 2 years at $80. There was a third option. Mr. Speaks, who's a well-respected public works official here, was right there speaking. And in public, in this meeting, I asked him a question. If you were making the decision, and I was asking his opinion, if you were making the decision, which one of the options would you pick? And when I asked that, he turned red, he got flustered, he started to laugh a little bit, and I turned, and the city manager was shaking his head, no, do not answer. This is a public meeting, and I mean, how much more open can I be? And it put Mr. Speaks, I apologized to him later, because I could see it put him in a bad position. There was another meeting during our budget talks, and we had a manager here from the head of IT. In my career, I dealt with some of the equipment that IT deals with. And I asked that director in a public meeting, I said, are these switches that you're asking me to spend $600,000 on this year, are they multiplexers? And he looked at me and said, I refuse to talk about anything that has to do with security. I didn't catch on to, I didn't even know about, this policy. I didn't catch on to it in the beginning. One day I walked into permits. I work at City Hall. It was easy for me. I have a brand new door sitting in my garage. And in this city, you have to have a permit to change your front door. I walked into permits to ask about how to apply for a permit. And there was a lady at the desk, and she came to me, and I told her what I wanted, and all of a sudden this gentleman came from out back, and he started to talk. He interrupted her, he stopped her. I said, what are you doing? And well, she said to him, he's trying to apply for a permit. Oh, okay, well, then you can talk to him. I was like, what is going on here? I became aware of an email that was sent to a citizen, not an employee, not a commissioner, but to a citizen. And it said, in the future, send your emails to the city manager, especially if it's concerning the city commissioners. A city official is demanding that a citizen do something? I'm sorry, that's just wrong. Plain, flat out wrong. I spend quite a bit of time here sometimes. Sometimes I come in on the weekend. One day I came in on the weekend and it was raining. But I knew there was an employee door on the side of the building. I went over, grabbed my badge, door clicked. I went in, went to my office and did what I planned on doing. The next time I tried to use that door, my badge didn't open it. In between the time, we used to have a printer in the storage room over here. It was between the hallway and the hall that goes to our offices. Well, fire department, they're doing a new building and people are moving around and everything, and now that's being used. There's employees sitting in there, it's used as an office. So we lost that printer. So anytime I need, I'm going to print a number of things, or I'm going to print anything that might have to be color, I go to the city clerk's office. The quickest way for me to get there is I can't go through that office anymore. I go around the hall, go through a door, and I go down the end of that hall. And then I go in that back door to the city clerk's office. When I came into work on a Friday, a week or so ago, I went to the front door of the city clerk's office and clicked my badge, and it was locked. I couldn't get in. I went to that door, and it was locked. I couldn't get in. I had to ring the doorbell. City clerk's staff came out and let me in. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, after a little bit of investigation, said, well, they're trying to separate things. And a few minutes later, my access to the front door of the city clerk's office was resumed. A few minutes after that, my access to that door to go in the back way, that was locked out, and it's still locked out. After the meeting with where I showed that poster, shortly after that, we had one-on-ones with the communications division about progress on their rebranding that we okayed. I'd like to ask my fellow commissioners where they had that meeting.
Or either the clerk clerk's office, clerk's conference room or the city manager's?
City manager's
One of the
office.
two, it's where we at.
I had mine in the city manager's conference room, not his office, the conference room.
City manager's conference room that is inside of the city manager's office.
I had mine in the city clerk's conference room 204. My one-on-ones after that meeting were not in the city manager's office. They were in room 204. Since then, they've been redone again, and now they're back scheduled for the city manager's office. When I was given tours of different departments when I was first elected, I always had an escort. And when I went to the utilities department, again, the instrumentation that, and by the way, nuclear instrumentation is my background. The instrumentation they use, they're SCADA systems, okay? I'm very familiar with all that stuff. So when I toured through there and, was speaking with the workers, it didn't take very long before they realized that, hey, this guy's one of us. And when I left there and we were walking out, one of the employees shook my hand and he said, hey, come back anytime. I didn't walk 25 feet and one of my escorts, the deputy city manager, said he didn't really mean any time. We've had a number of employees in the last year leave the city's employ. Some of their own volition and some not. And I really worry about, and I've said this in my city manager's evaluation. There's this top down, there's this, it's all the city manager. And that's carried over. Last year, shortly after I was elected, Christmas season came. Fire department had a food drive down in front of Walmart. I went and bought $150 worth of groceries and I went down there and gave them to the fire department. Shortly after that, the police department had their shop with a cop. And they do this for 4 or 5 days in a row. The first day they did it, I went down there, gave them $150, and watched as children were able to walk with a cop in a shopping cart and get $150 worth of stuff. So this year I came up with an idea. I have a preferred parking spot. I came up with an idea that maybe I could do a raffle. And I'll raffle off my parking spot. I'll charge $1 for a ticket, and it'll be for city and people that work in City Hall. And I will match up to $250 of my money, hoping to get $250 combined from city employees. That's $500. $250 will go to the fire department for groceries, and $250 will go to shop with a cop. So I talked about it with some people and tried to figure out, well, how would we do this? Where could we put the thing? Next thing I know, I get an email from HR. I thought HR should be involved, basically because I didn't want to run afoul of some law that I don't know about, you know, where public officials can't solicit money or something, you know, I wanted to make sure I was doing things legal. HR came back and said, talk to the city manager. Do I feel that there's been a hostile work environment regarding, you know, with me? Yes, I do. I just don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I told numerous times to our city manager that I don't have anything personal, and if someone else was sitting in your chair, I would be asking the same questions regarding agenda items or whatnot. I'll be researching topics the same way, and I tell him all the time, nothing personal. And this is the case that is also nothing personal. But I have to concur with Commissioner Duval. It is a hostile environment. And I want to wrap it up because, you know, we cannot go on and on. But we make it more complicated. I'm not asking for anything but freedom to converse with the city staff. We don't need a legal opinion because the charter says I cannot give directions or directives. The charter does not prohibit me from asking questions, from conversing with the staff. I mean, the best way to understand a person is to be in his shoes. So if you were a commissioner, you have a public event, and there are eyes following you where you're walking and what are you talking about, and every person that I talk to has to report to the city manager what I was saying, asking what was the topic, and what was the answer of that city employee to the city commissioner. It's completely wrong. It's completely restrictive. And if we don't do anything, it's shame on the commission board. I tell you right now, it is a shame. Because from what I'm reading, it's 2 against 3 if it comes to voting. But it's a shame if we don't change this policy. Legally, it has its own implications. Certainly it has ethical implications. So I want to conclude with this. It's overstepping of city manager's authority, at least within this policy that is coercing me and Commissioner Duval to relinquish our right to engage with the city staff. There might be need to institute an outside investigation to conclude that by the outside party that we witnessed on September 23rd, 2025. I was told many times, numerous times, and I was given an ultimatum, either this, you abide it, or you will be, or this agenda will be publicly addressed, which I took initiative on my own. It is apparent from this that the city manager does not know the limitation of his role and be accountable and be held accountable for such. And I will conclude with that, nothing personal. And I also make a motion, if I may, Mayor?
Well,
yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Later on, if I can make.
Skip, before you make any motions, Commissioner, is there, with regard to this agenda item, because again, we got to kind of land this plane, we've been at it, and I don't want to suppress anybody's right to talk or voice their opinions, but we need to have a pathway forward somewhere. So Commissioner, please feel free, you got the floor, and then let's let Commissioner Petrov make a motion and see where we can steer this thing. You got the floor, sir.
Well, now you're trying to direct me in one direction or another. But after I finished speaking, I thought of a couple other instances. Okay? And I can't believe I, forgot this one, but, in my one-on-one with the city manager, I go around to different city departments occasionally, started with the fire departments. I buy a couple boxes of cookies. Fire departments are really easy because you can pull in the driveway, usually there's a big door open and there's probably a couple of guys working on a truck. So I've gone to all the different fire departments and things. Police department wasn't so easy. They're all kind of locked up and, I didn't get inside, a patrol car pulled up and when I talked to Deputy Chief Morales about it, he says, well, who got those? The detectives did. It's hard, our patrolmen, they're out in their cars 12 hours a day, and how do you get a cook, some treats to them? But our Parks and Rec department won 3 awards recently. So I bought a couple packages of cookies. I'd never even been in their offices, but I went to the 3rd floor, I went to their door, and as I got there, somebody was coming out. They opened the door, they came out, I went in. And I saw some ladies sitting in their little cubicles in the front of the floor, and I said, hey, I heard you guys won some awards. It's cookie day. One of the managers back came out of her office and actually showed me the awards, the little statuettes. And it just occurred to me at that moment that I had just seen something on an agenda or whatever that we need to resurface the lazy river at the aquatic center. And it just popped in my head. We haven't had the aquatic center that long. I've had my swimming pool at my house for 22 years. I haven't resurfaced it. Now I know I don't get the same usage that our aquatic center gets, but it just occurred to me, I said, why are we redoing that? And, simple answer was, we went with the lowest bid. And I said, you get what you pay for, and it was nothing up. Next time I had a meeting with the city manager, he handed me this policy thing with things highlighted. And he raised his voice and said, it's been a solid year. I don't work for the city manager. I don't raise my voice to any employee. As I said earlier, I'm a big boy, I'm 76 years old. I've been through a war. Stuff like this goes off my shoulder. But I do represent the citizens of this city. And when I see this city going wrong, when I see the tail dragging the dog, and I've seen that a number of times. One time I got requested, I'm having a meeting with staff over Warm Mineral Springs outstanding designation. I didn't ask for that meeting, but I went to it. There were about 15 staff members there. And from different departments, Parks and Recs, Development Services, Finance. The whole purpose of that meeting was to convince me that getting that outstanding springs designation was not a good thing. That was staff leading the way. Staff has decided that that's a bad thing.
You almost ready, Commissioner? We bringing this plane in for a landing?
It's got so, you know, a lot of this stuff has been on my mind, and I wanted to go to HR, but I can see that the way things are run, HR is run by the city manager. What's the sense of me going there? But I believe something should be done. This issue should be addressed.
All right, let's take a deep breath. Commissioner Petro? No,
No, I'm just saying.
yeah, I would prefer not. Actually, sir.
It's not comment. It's not comment. I'm just asking, before you go further, since there will be legal action, and I'm glad there will you please ask the city attorney his opinion of the matter before anything is done?
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I do believe that the policy comports with the charter.
Please hit the button there. Get your volume on.
I do believe the policy comports with the charter. And here's why.
Speak up, please, Michael.
Into your mic.
I apologize.
Yeah.
So I believe that the policy comports with the charter. And here's why. It goes back to what the vice mayor spoke of, which was the first part of the second sentence of both paragraphs A and B. And I'm going to focus on paragraph B for a second, because that deals with the city attorney, that deals with me. And when we talk about me, we'll talk about me right now, because that limitation in the charter also deals with the city attorney. What 5.02B says is that the commission, the commissioners shall deal with legal services through the city attorney. What are legal services? Well, it's the giving of legal advice. And how do you give legal advice? Well, I only give legal advice through the questions that are posed. That dovetails with another part of the charter, which relates to the city attorney, which is Article 12, subsection 5, paragraph H, which says one of my duties is to, upon request from the commission or the manager or clerk or the commissioners, to give a legal opinion of the city. Another one of my duties under 12.05 is to let you all know, which I appreciate the manager asking, what your compliance or non-compliance with the charter. Charters are read, and I'm going to go a little law school-y now, but there's a reason for that. Charters are read the same way that statutes are read, laws are read. And there's these ideas of called statutory interpretation. And there's certain clues and contexts that lawyers and judges use when you interpret laws. One of those rules is that you give full effect to every word in a charter. So we're giving full effect to the first part of the sentence, as well as what Commissioner Petro said, which is the second part. The other part, another statutory interpretation rule is that we read parts of charters, they call it empowering materia, which means together as a whole. So you can read this whole thing together. What does that mean practically? Well, let's just think about it for a second. Say the city's being sued, and any commissioners walk into the city attorney's office and come up to one of my assistant city attorneys and say, hey, what do you think of this lawsuit? Do you think it's a good one? Do you think it's a bad one? Do you think we should settle? Do you think we should fight it out? Well, if you ask 10 lawyers the same question, you'll probably get 20 different opinions, because each lawyer, that's about 2. But the reality is that under the charter, it's my duty to discharge that advice. And I remember when I was an assistant, I never wanted to get in front of my city attorney, because we may have difference of opinions. And now, as a city attorney, I don't want my assistants to get in front of me, because we may have difference of opinions. And so that's a law, and so that's my reasoning for saying that the personnel policy as enacted does comport with the does comport with the charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to, at this point, we could go all night, but Commissioner Petro, you wanted to make a motion, I believe.
No, you got public comment.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before, I have a quick question for the legal.
Okay, certainly, go ahead.
Just one question. Can city commissioner, according to the charter, can city commissioner converse, ask the staff question?
The city commissioner can ask a staff a personal question, but it's when it develops into city business is when it's the only logical reading of you as the commissioners go through the attorney for legal services or through the manager for administrative services is that they can't ask business related. I recognize that the words you're looking for aren't specifically there, but one of the other statutory interpretation canons is that you don't read provisions in an absurd way that would lead to certain results that aren't there.
Okay, can I paraphrase the question?
Yeah, sure.
Does the city charter prohibit the city commissioners asking questions?
Well, on business-related questions, it is my opinion that yes, based on everything I just said.
It does prohibit?
It would prohibit the...
Can you reference the specifics where it says that it does prohibit?
It says that the commissioners go through the attorney for legal services and goes through the manager for administrative services, as well as also the second part of the sentence, which you talked about. It doesn't, I agree with you, Commissioner, it doesn't explicitly say you can't ask questions, but my interpretation of the charter is that the only logical reading of it is the answer to your question is yes, it prohibits.
It clearly says administrative services, which I completely concur with the vice mayor, as well as the making request or what was the other one? Making request or giving orders. I concur with that completely, but I tend to disagree about asking questions. I mean, it doesn't say anything about that, but that's just my opinion. I'm ready to.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, City Attorney. City Clerk, let's move to public comments on this item.
Tammy Rame. I believe that the commission should be able to talk to any person employed by the city at any time. The environment for city workers should be such that they don't feel worried to speak to a commissioner. Setting a policy up that restricts commissioners from talking directly to city employees makes it appear that there are things to hide by city employees. That is not an open and trusting environment to expect city employees to work in. In person, I have Robin San Vicente, Pam Tokars, and Susan Palmer.
Good evening again, Robin San Vicente for the record. All right, I've done quite a bit of research and I respect your opinion. However, I'm going to expand on that opinion as far as interpretation goes and Florida law, which does not really prohibit the communication between a commissioner and a staff member. Now, there's certain guidelines that will trigger the Sunshine Law. However, the way that our policy and our charter is written is very vague and it's very open to interpretation, and it doesn't even coincide with each other. And it doesn't even coincide with some of the Florida law. And there's been many and numerous case law within Sarasota County itself on this exact specific item. And one of the situations, actually I'll name a few situations where communication is permitted, and that is non-commissioned business, one-on-one discussions which a single commissioner can speak with a city staff member to get factual information or advice without triggering the Sunshine Law. Information gathering. A commissioner can informally ask staff to seek follow-up information or clarification on a topic that will be discussed at a public meeting. Administrative functions. The Sunshine Law does not typically apply to meetings of staff where their function is to inform and advise the decision-making body, such as research or preparation. And then again, you have specific circumstances where you might get into some legal advice that is warranted. Where you can't do it is, of course, if it's an agenda item that's going to be forthcoming, seeking that particular information. That will trigger the Sunshine Law. But informal versus formal administrative versus non-administrative. So what are we talking about here? Our policy is so vague and so open, and our charter is so vague and so open, you have all these questions and circumstances that you can't just make up and not abide by Florida law. You're still subject to that. You can't just make a policy and a charter and not abide by Florida law at the same time. You can't. So you have to amend your policy and your charter because it's too vague, it's too wide open. And I've just given you circumstances, and you can look up yourself, case law in Sarasota County alone, of all these particular instances that have come before boards, and they've had to amend their charter. So this is great conversation, but we need to really, are we doing formal, are we doing informal discussions with an employee? Hey, how you doing? Hey, by the way, I need a little clarification on this item that is coming, that we discussed. I don't understand it. That's totally informal. Formal is something different. Hey, this is coming on the agenda. I need some information. No, that'll trigger the sunshine. So again, we have to have legal opinion. Look at the charter. Has to be amended. It's too vague.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Good conversation, guys. This was a good one. The policy that Demetrius, Commissioner Petro brought up was 6.8, and that's what we were discussing, the policy only. The city charter does offer definition on the guidelines of what the city manager is allowed to do and everything else. And it does make sense when you are discussing items that are on agenda that everyone be all on the same page. However, I'm going to throw another example at. If a commissioner needs to research or respond to a resident's questions, they should be able to research and find out the answer. Having an extra process to go through by getting permission for a 5-second answer is not very productive. If you did a time study, you would see the amount of money spent from salaries trying to figure out how many alligators were found in Warm Mineral Springs during last month. Well, it is a simple phone call to someone to say, hey. So if you would follow policy 6.8, it would cost extremely more than just picking up the phone, because now you have to go through a bunch of upper management that are getting paid more than the person that's going to answer the phone and say, hey, 10 were found last month. So I think for Commissioner Petro, if he just wants to ask a simple question and just get an answer that doesn't need anything, he should be able to do that. And I know there's been some talk that the employees feel uncomfortable when the commissioners approach them. This creates a great concern. Why are these employees uncomfortable? Are they afraid they're going to get in trouble by their supervisor? If that's the case, then this creates a hostile work environment. I don't want city employees to feel uncomfortable in their workplace. There was also mentioned that if the employee might not give the correct answer, if the employee gives an incorrect answer, that would be a perfect opportunity to retrain that employee. Because if that employee has the wrong information or doing a procedure the wrong way, then there's probably another employee who was taught the same thing. Having to go through the city manager to speak to an employee adds more time to the process, but you might not get an honest answer from the employee. You would get what the upper management wants them to say. I also have an issue with the very first sentence in the policy definition. City commissioners are expected to communicate with employees through the city manager. City manager's job is to oversee the employees, not dictate what the commissioners can do. And part of the agenda attachments is the city organization chart. At the top are the citizens, then the commissioners and city staff. The chain of command flows down. I use this comparison when I train my staff, and it pertains to so many other things in life. Shit flows downstream. It doesn't flow upstream. There's a clog in the toilet, and we as a community need to fix it.
Thank you.
Susan Palmer. Do you not see how you're being manipulated? Do you not see how your job as commissioner is being held captive? Just listen to this. 1, commissioners shall deal with administrative services through the city manager. 2, commissioners are expected to communicate with employees through the city manager. 3, no employee is authorized to respond directly to a city commissioner without approval, and all written communication must be directed through the city manager's office. 4, department directors must keep the city manager advised in writing of any verbal or written communication between the employees and the city commission. That's the procedure. The purpose of that in the employee policy 6.8, communication between employees and city commissioners is stated to provide guidelines and to allow for open communication between employees and the city commissioners. What am I missing? Where is the open communication? Who's in charge here from the top? Is it the citizens? Is it the commissioners? Or is it the city manager? When are commissioners supposed to converse in any way with the employees of the city? Isn't there a better way than every communication controlled by the city manager? I agree that things need to be changed. I come to these meetings, I see extremely apprehensive looks in the faces of city employees when they try to respond to the city manager not knowing exactly what they're supposed to say. And it makes me wonder why. I also hope there are no repercussions against Commissioners Petro or Duval for expressing their position on this. The structure and word is condescending. The problem is all information is filtered through the city manager's opinions and directives as to how you should think and what you should do. Think about that. Is that really how we want to run our city? Is that accurate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Bruni, Michelle Posey, and Josh Smith. No.
Connie Bruni, I want to refer you all back to your organizational chart. We'll start with that because that is your chain of command. We talked about chain of command, you talked about process. Guess what? Who's at the top of that? Me! These people, the citizens and taxpayers in this city, are the top of the food chain, not the bottom. You have forgotten that. And for whatever reason, you've allowed yourselves to be manipulated into believing that somehow the city manager is above you. That is not correct. Your own organizational chart in black and white in the city's budget documents and even this evening shows you that that's not true. It's not correct. And what is the problem? Lack of trust. I stood here in 2016 and talked then about a circle of trust and how that trust had been eroded to a flat tire. Unfortunately, we're back in exactly the same position we were then today. What's really going on here? It's lack of trust by the public in the person you've hired to administer what's going on in the city. He has a very, very poor history of disseminating information equally among you as elected officials. This has been proven in public, and that's a huge issue. So when you say to one another, oh, we're just going to have information, when not all of you can get that information equally, there's a problem. That stops one or more of you from properly performing your job. It should never be acceptable, never. What I will tell you is this. I sincerely hope that whatever regulatory agencies are out there will listen and finally do something about these abuses. I hope that you'll consider voting on this policy 6.8 that was instituted unilaterally by the city manager in 2023 when he came here. You're the policy board. We are looking to you to fix this.
Thank you.
Michelle Posey. Well, color me confused because I don't know what just happened here. Apparently, if you avoid these chambers for any longer than a month, there's a complete you-know-what storm that you come back to. I don't understand how we're talking about policies or chain of command and the sharing of information. Are we saying that on this dais with a straight face? Because the last time I sat here, I still can't get an honest answer of who pulled our outstanding spring status. Where was that chain of command? Where was that accountability? Where was that transparency? I still can't get it. So it's laughable to hear those words at this dais. I've listened to Vice Mayor Stokes talk about how he cannot find any other boards that function this way. You and I both know the same friend group, sir. Joe Nunder, Board of County Commission, can walk into any room and ask any question. Karen Rose can talk to, from our school board, can talk to a teacher. She can talk to the superintendent. She can talk to a parent, and she can talk to a child. Let's not pretend that these are grave issues that we are tackling at this board. We're talking about a chokehold on information. And we, the people of Northport, do not approve of that. You want to know why this is allowed to go on, and why Duvall and these two commissioners, why they are going through this? Because you haven't solved the problem that I watched Commissioner McDowell go through. And because largely the city of Northport is unaware that this is happening. If you know nothing else about me, understand the size of my mouth. And now that I'm aware of this, I will be the thorn in the side of Northport. And I will be the person that champions for these two commissioners. I want to help all of you. But if you're not going to stand up and do the job that you were elected to do, then the people will make sure that this gets done for you. And lastly, I will say, you know, I go back to the assassination of Charlie Kirk because I work with Turning Point now. One person was politically assassinated and it created 1 billion more. You took out the ability, in my opinion, of Commissioner McDowell to fight this fight. You know what? Now you got 2 of them. And amplify it through the city. Because I will not let this go. This will not be the last that you hear of us.
Josh Smith, I don't have that kind of energy left, so stick with me. I feel like we are trying to handle 3 issues with one thing. It sounds like we're having some issues with what might be law, what might be a charter problem, what might be an issue. We're also having issues with simply a quote-unquote authoritarian problem with being able to speak to people. We're also dealing with what seems to be a very hostile workplace. As somebody who sat in way too many corporate meetings, because I've managed for long enough that I know what those are, the hostile workplace problem really sounds like an HR issue. I don't know why they're not tackling this, and it's not known and it's not handled. Charter and stuff, we've got a new city attorney. He seems to be on top of it. I'm sure he can reach out and get some legal aid in some issues. As far as the authoritarian problem, I've tried to deal with you, and the answer is always, city manager has made sure to redirect me to him. My problem is, I'm a chain of command guy. I'm a manager. It's me, then you, then him. Me, then you, then him. And for some reason, it's always him. That's why I quit doing meetings. That's why I quit coming here. From me as a citizen, I want you to hear me say it. I don't know why you guys exist. I should just have meetings with him. He controls everything you hear and know. He controls everything going on. I honestly don't know. When I was running, I was trying to get to the bottom of what was I going to fix when I got in. That was my plan. We have problems in this city. I'm running to figure it out. Also hoping that along the way, if I didn't win, I would nudge the person I ran against to understand that the citizens were unhappy. It's been more of a doubling down of what we've already got, and after listening to this, it's because you guys only get one opinion. I couldn't imagine running my maintenance department or running my current company on the opinion of only one person. That would be wild to me. That would be wild. I also couldn't imagine the vice president of my company coming in and going, hey, Matt, you can't, you're not allowed to talk to Josh. I mean, it can't work that way. That's not how the real world happens. So I really want you guys to know that I understand why it's always the same old stuff, because you have one opinion to run on. So hopefully we just start getting it and we can start doing the right thing. Thank you.
Debbie McDowell and Stephanie Gibson.
Wow, what a conversation, what a discussion. I've sat here and listened to this. I have sat in meetings and watched you guys since I left office a year ago. Things have not changed with that city manager. And everybody thought I was the problem. Now you've got 2 more commissioners that are reaping the same things that I experienced. Commissioner Duvall, here's what's going to happen. You have your meetings one-on-one in the city manager's office, and then in his conference room, and then you're going to go to the clerk's office, and then they'll be by Zoom. Because he doesn't want to hear you, he doesn't want to listen to you, he doesn't want to hear your questions. So he's going to place you in timeout via Zoom. That's what's going to happen. That's what I endured for the past 2 years when I was an elected official. You talk about equal distribution of information. Let's go back to May 2023, when we were all up in Tallahassee and Outstanding Springs was being discussed and being pulled. I filed a formal complaint because all of the commissioners knew about it but me. A former commissioner knew about it but me. And who did it? The city manager. Talk about overstepping authority. Hello. Go back and read my complaint because I know you didn't do it the first time. The city manager's personnel policy, or personnel manual, whatever you want to call it, says the commissioners are expected to. That was a manual approved by the city manager and the HR director. Read the preface, it's in there. The city manager expects you to do something that he wants done. People, that's backwards. And by the way, aren't y'all legislators? You guys should be approving that policy, not him. Think about that. He's telling you guys what to do. You are his boss. I was a 1/20th of a boss. 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Now it's 3-2, experiencing the exact same things. I have a list longer than Commissioner Duvall. I tried to bring it to your attention so that the problem could be solved, however that looked, and it was ignored. Now you got 2 commissioners. Are you going to ignore them too?
So I'm going to go the other way. I'm talking about the declination memo that wasn't presented to the public. There was a citizen that applied a complaint to HR asking to hold them accountable for the actions that the city manager took, which are like first level supervisors are putting, and by the way, it's not just in his office. Apparently it was all throughout the building. Do not engage with Commissioner McDowell. I called him McDowell too, Duvall. So my questions are, we get this declination, it just says nothing about, there's no opinion upon it. It's purely resolution, it's all deflection. The memo circles the wagons around a toxic status quo. We saw it with McDowell, as was just spoken to, and now we've got 2 more. HR, when they got in trouble with their toxic workplace, Julie Belia signed the paper to open up an investigation. This is exactly what we should do here. None of you are in a position to judge this. We got 2 victims. We got 3 complicit commissioners that's worked with him in the past. These are his behaviors. And if you think that works with the public, come on, people see it. Nobody even bothered to tell the citizen. I hit the citizen up, ask her, sorry that it didn't work out because they declined to investigate it. They didn't even bother to tell her, because I guess that's all his will. So my question is, why did we not, the workplace HR manual dictates what you do when you have a workplace environment. Office one is you take them out of the office. And in this case, it's Fletcher. He's laughing now. What did he do to Scott Titus? What did he do to the director and the manager and a staff member in HR? First thing, they're put on paid leave. They get their paycheck, they go off. You find a third party. It's in their policy to do it. Do the damn investigation, find out the facts. I appreciate finally somebody weighing in on the charter. We may disagree, but that's probably where it should have been a written one up front, so y'all had the conversation of knowing what is or is not. The memo failed us. The citizen has failed us. You want to go to the charter and change this? Good luck with that. Y'all need the public. You need to step up and correct this public trust issue, and it's coming out of your city manager's office. The idea, I tell you, the first time I've ever considered running is because he thinks he's going to shut me up. I'd ask the questions. The discomfort doesn't come from the question. The discomfort comes from staff thinking they're going to lose their flipping job, like Todd Miles did when he reached out to you. Where was that? Y'all don't give a rat's because you're getting what you want from him. You give a little to get a little, as he told me. That's on you. 2 of you were part of that gross test thing with Duval. Shame on you. My mouth ran off.
All right. Well, commission? Where do we want to go from here, commissioners? Anybody want to offer up a motion, or
Yes.
Petro?
I moved to direct the city, before I go, I just wanted to be clear that I did this on my own. Nobody told me to do this. I moved to direct the city manager to revise current communication procedures to allow staff to respond directly to commissioners' questions without needing to report through the city manager's office.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
We got a second. We want to discuss this motion, or do we want to vote? Anybody have anything to say that they haven't already said? Oh, I would like to. Commissioner Petro, would you consider an amendment to your motion that directed this to a third party, to city, one, to city attorney, to two, possibly, an outside group to actually review the charter, review the policy, talk to whoever they need to talk to come up with a recommendation to this board as to how we might proceed, whether it be amending this policy, amending the charter, getting some third-party clarification here. We've heard from our new city attorney, who certainly is brand new on the case, and he's made his case. He doesn't agree with you, but, again, that's his legal opinion. If you would be comfortable with something else, I feel as if we know where this is going. To ask to amend this policy, it makes it, I can't support it as you've said it, but I appreciate the need to address this issue. And I feel as if, for me to expound on my opinions, as we all have here for quite some time, it seems to me that we need to really reach out to some group or some individuals who have way more knowledge about this form of government and have the legal background and capability to analyze this and tell us the legal interpretation of this charter and this policy. If it requires, fixing, then we can go in that direction, but, yeah.
Mayor, that's not an amendment to this motion.
No,
That would have to be a whole separate motion.
Right, but we're having a conversation.
I just wanted to make it
Okay.
clear, it wouldn't be an amendment to
No, I
this
appreciate that, and so, I don't want it to seem so harsh as to like, well, we're just gonna vote it 3-2, bump, okay, and nothing gets fixed, nothing gets changed, nothing really gets resolved. So if you want, we can vote on that motion, but then perhaps, we can push again in another direction to try to make this, make sense of this for all the five of us. Vice
Yeah,
Mayor.
I can reread it if
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. I can reread it if it's okay, so a little bit slower. I move to direct the city manager to revise current communication procedures to allow staff to respond directly to commissioners' questions without needing to report through the city manager's office. And again, it's just questions, no directives.
Okay. Vice Mayor, sure.
I heard the motion originally when you went and made it. I can't support it written that way because that's the way that the charter states it to be. Now, what I'm willing to compromise with on this is to have a look at the policy itself. You had public comment say, hey, you want to change the charter? Well, you can kiss my, it ain't going to happen. So if the charter's not going to be changed, we have to follow the charter. So if you want to work on the policy, that's a different animal.
I am.
But right now, all you're doing is you're trying to allow us to talk to staff, which is in conflict of the charter.
Well, it specifically relates to the policy.
Never mind, I'll just vote my way. That's fine. I got you.
To revise current communication procedures.
Correct. I got you.
Which means ask questions.
All right, so let's.
We have a first and a second.
So we got a first and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. As expected, voted no, 3-2. Excuse me, please, folks. I'd like to make a motion.
Pass the gavel.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Like to make a motion that we direct our city attorney to seek third-party,
Mayor, is your mic on?
Yeah, it's on.
a third-party formal opinion with regard to what our charter and this policy say, and are they in conflict with each other? And to report back to this commission for, possibly further action. That is it.
I would second for discussion.
City Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Can you read that back as best as possible, please?
To direct the city attorney to seek outside legal opinion to get a formal opinion in regards to the charter and policy to determine if there is a conflict and report back to commission for possible further action.
Have that motion on the floor. It's been seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner
Seconded for
Langen. Oh, I'm
discussion.
sorry.
Yeah. Who's got the floor?
So I think I would want the language to read both the legality and appropriateness of the language in the city charter and related policies. Because I think part of it is the legality. I would like some independent research and report back. This isn't part of my.
This is
I'm
part of her
just
discussion.
Talking, this is just discussion. I would like some feedback, third party. Let me step back. I'm getting a sense in the conversation that Some of us believe that our city is doing things in a very weird, to use your choice of words, Commissioner Petro, that we're mavericks, that we're doing some things that are not common practice in other municipalities. And for me, that's a little different than the legality of it. It's also the appropriateness of it. Are we behaving in a way that's pretty consistent with how other municipalities in the county and surrounding areas behave or act or whatever?
The city attorney is sitting there listening to everything that you're requesting, so if this were to pass and it go forward, he would know that this is all part of the language that we're looking at between the charter and the policy.
Right.
And so I understand you want an outside opinion on how to change the charter to comport with the policy, or does the policy comport with the charter? I don't know if my question.
Probably both of those.
Well, we are looking at
Yeah.
legalities, and are they coinciding with each other? Does the
Right.
policy match the charter, and does the charter match the policy? Or is that third party's opinion one that has something to change? You know, and more than likely it would be the policy that may need some addendums put into the policy itself, because we're not gonna be able to change the charter until it goes to the election or whatever, if that were the case. So basically, it's look at the policy, does it coincide with the charter, and does the policy need to be tweaked? That's probably the basis. And it's just recommendations, you know. Not good? Yeah. That's it. Let's revisit her raise since I haven't got it loose. Are we good with discussion? Does anybody else wish to discuss anything? Commissioner Duval? I see you poked the button.
Regardless of this issue with policy versus charter, everyone except for me seems to be ignoring the fact that I've been harassed. And tomorrow, and I'm speaking to the city manager right now, I'm requesting a one-on-one to file a complaint with HR. And I will be in City Hall tomorrow to meet with HR, to file a complaint.
All right, as is your right for tomorrow, but we were discussing the motion, so I got you, I understand. So can we move on with the vote then? Everybody ready? Let's vote.
Where do you know to read it?
We did twice. We can do it
Yeah,
again.
Want me to read it?
Go ahead and read it again
Want me to read it?
please.
Okay, to direct the city attorney to seek outside legal opinion to obtain a formal opinion in regard to the charter and policy 6.8 to determine if there are any conflicts and report back to commission for possible further action.
Is that good, sir? Okay. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Giving you the gavel back.
All right. We're moving on to item C. Final item on the agenda under general business, 25-2971, discussion and possible action regarding the Debt Management Advisory Committee. City Clerk, you want to introduce the item?
Give me 1 second, I didn't open it up. I don't really have a lot of information on this one. I know that we passed the ordinance to create this committee based on the election, the referendum questions that were put on the November ballot, and those did not pass, so we were determining what we want to do with that committee, because if we keep it, they're required to meet, and we don't know what they will meet to discuss based off of the current requirements.
Good. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Now, let's just say since we don't have a need for it at this specific time, we could go ahead and dissolve the committee and then reenact it if there does become a need in the future, correct?
Absolutely.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
I went up first on this. You know, I think, I mean, they do need to meet. What time frame, city clerk, when would they need to meet in order to stay in compliance here?
Technically, they already should have. This
Okay.
was an oversight because this was passed in 2024, and so they're required to meet, I believe, annually. Let me look at that. Shall meet at least once within the city's fiscal year.
Because, well, I appreciate that, and there's nothing on the table today, but that doesn't mean there won't be something on the table in the very near future. You know, just philosophically, when we put this all together and we created a debt management policy, tied to it was this debt management, board or committee, and I don't like the idea of dissolving it. It needs to stay there, in my opinion, and, you know, I would anticipate that in the next fiscal year, there will be opportunity for them to take a look at some things and weigh in on certain matters. I'd hate to dissolve it and you know, I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel about it, but I believe also for the citizens, you know, this, if and when the time comes when we utilize certain types of financings in order to you know, address certain projects, we need this group in place. And, you know, if it just, you know, it's like how many issues did a charter review board have that we've asked them to do, and yet, you know, we keep it in place because it's a critical committee, it's a critical board, and I don't like dissolving it. I'm not real supportive of that. Vice Mayor, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Langdon said next.
I got the wrong screen up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I agree with the mayor. When the time comes, I think we would want to be able to act quickly. I would be more supportive of suspending the
That's what I was looking
meeting
for.
requirement
I
at this
used the wrong
particular time, rather than dissolving the board. I'm very uncomfortable dissolving that body.
That's what I just thought. I was gonna say suspend
Yeah.
instead of dissolve. It was
Yeah.
just,
So I think you said suspending the meeting requirements,
Requirement.
but there's the option to suspend the actual board like we did for the historic board. We temporarily suspended that until we were able to revamp it a little bit and get more members. So they would be two different things that we have to decide, but the meeting requirements is in the ordinance, so we will have to bring that back to change the meeting requirements. But I will also think that we would need to discuss they currently only have 3 powers and duties. So if you wanted to add anything outside of those powers and duties, or review them to make sure that they're even applicable without having acquiring the debt, so.
So if we suspended the board, what would it take to reinstate the
2
board?
hearings, 2 ordinance hearings.
So the same, right?
Yes. Mhm.
It would be the exact same process in either case.
Anybody else? Is anybody inclined to Commissioner Duval?
Yes. When we went to the citizens about borrowing, we were asking to be able to borrow. And this debt management policy was part of the impetus to get that passed. Well, it didn't pass. And I just don't think we need this board at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any action anybody wants to take on this matter?
We have public comment as well.
But, yeah, I know. Okay, I want to hear if anybody else is on the board, but any public comment? Nicole.
Robin San Vicente, Pam Tokars, Debbie McDowell, and Josh Smith.
I do not agree with dissolving the committee. There's a lot of things within the debt management policy that needs to have a second look at, especially the commingling, taken from here to pay this, like we did with Price Boulevard. Take from Warm Mineral Springs to pay for that. Let's not do this project because now we need the money for this particular project. Dissolving the committee, you're dissolving citizen oversight. And we don't trust you in the first place. So now we're really not going to trust you if you dissolve that committee. You already have a citizens tax oversight committee, and that's good. Now you're going to get rid of the debt management committee? No, we need to keep looking at that because we're always going to have debt. And we need to adjust where applicable within that policy. So I totally disagree. Do not resolve it and do not suspend it. We need to continue.
Thank you.
Hi, Pam Tokars again. I support keeping this committee in place because you never know what's going to happen down the road. I mean, we've got talks about the next election year with the property taxes going. What happens if we lose all that revenue from the property taxes? We're going to have to find ways to get money somewhere else. So, and I know that there's, city manager mentioned last Thursday during our Northport government alumni, there's other options we can look at. So if he can find something and get it done for us and, then we're still gonna need this committee. And the amount of startup time it's gonna take to get the committee into place with getting people to serve on the committee, you have a hard time filling the vacancies as it is now. I would volunteer to sit on this committee, but that's, it's going to be a lot of work to get it back and going. So keeping it is actually going to be a good idea.
Thank you very much.
All right, debt management, the committee. You guys have a debt management policy. And in that debt management policy, it says, as directed by city ordinance, the city will establish and maintain a committee to serve in an advisory capacity to the city commission. So if you're talking about dissolving or putting it on hiatus, you're already violating the debt management policy, which you guys already said when this was first adopted, will not be changed. This is like etched in stone. We're not going to change this. This debt management policy stays in place. So now you're already here a year later. So I really think you guys need to leave the debt management policy alone. And that means the committee too. Because at some point in the future, you guys are going to need to come to the citizens to ask for them to sign off for bonds and stuff. And if you start monkeying with this now, there's already no trust.
I've been waiting patiently to join committees based on whether this committee exists or not. So I truly hope this committee exists. I love nothing more than numbers, and I would love to dive into any debt policies you guys have and hope to advise you on it. So please keep it going, and hopefully you see fit that I can join it. Thank you.
All righty. So, I suggest we take no action, which leaves it in place. Seems like an easy thing for government to do. All right. Is there something else we can add to this agenda tonight? I guess not. Do we have any other general public comment?
No, we do not.
Then we are on to Commissioner Communications. Mr. Petro.
I attended Florida League of Cities Tax and Finance Committee. It was fun to be there. They're all concerned and freaking out about the new 8 bills that were filed regarding tax reform that government is proposing. That's about it for me. Oh, and I went to the Northport Police Officers Association gala, inaugural gala. It was really informative, and I really enjoyed it. And I'm glad to support our police officers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk and I met with a high school student, Omi Patel, who met with us with a request to create a teen advisory / action committee. Very impressive young man, so City Clerk is working with him to put his request in the proper format, and that will be coming to us soon, before the end of the year is my understanding. Is that sort of?
No, she emailed, what's her name, Liz? She emailed back, and I guess they don't intend to start until March, which gave us more time. However, I did send it today up to the city attorney's office for review with the deadline of January, beginning of January, so.
Okay, that's great. So that request and submittal will be coming to this board for adjustment sometime in January. That's it for me.
Commissioner Duval.
I was contacted by a teacher at Toledo Blade Elementary School asking me to speak on city government to fourth graders. I put in the application to the Sarasota County School District, you know, to be checked out, okay to whatever, and I expect tomorrow, these teachers are, I'm being directed at 7:30 tomorrow to meet with this teacher to sign the paperwork. So sometime soon, I'll be speaking to a fourth grade class.
Great.
All right, thank you. I attended the police gala with Commissioner Petro. That was really the inaugural dinner. I mean, that group does so much to help officers out there with the challenges they have and the stress and the personal angst that sometimes goes along with being a first responder, and they do an incredible job, and it was really an honor to be there and to listen to some of the stories and to see the support out there for this organization. And Gavin Fussell and his group have done an unbelievable job in supporting the rank and file, and they sure should be commended by everybody. Thank you, and I hope I have the honor of being there again next year, as long as it's before the next election. I also had the pleasure of being invited to the Tiger Bay Club and sit on a panel with Joe Nunder and Nick Pachetta of Venice this past week, where we discussed property taxes and the impact actions that the state legislature may make on that issue and how it might affect us all. And it kind of made me think that, for a municipality that's been looked on as a redheaded stepchild for so long, I considered it quite an honor, and not a personal honor necessarily, although it was an honor for me, a real honor for this city to finally be recognized as the progressive city, the strong city, the powerful city that it has become. And with all its challenges, with all the things that we gotta work on and fix and correct, and the challenges we need to overcome, all over this county and the state, the city's been recognized as a real up-and-comer and a professional group of people, from staff on up through commission and our opinions and our ideas are listened to. and the collaboration with our peer groups in other cities and counties made me feel good and proud to represent Northport. So, hopefully, that's a good way to end this meeting, maybe, except that I will look to city attorney. Anything from you, sir? Again, welcome. City manager?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
And city
We
clerk?
have a public comment on the city manager's report, agenda item. First time, go ahead, Robin.
Okay. There's a few items on on your report, City Manager. Item 577, the Springhaven roadway extension. Okay, that's been going on over 15 years now. That's how long. Back in 2011, we had an environmental assessment done on that roadway extension, where they had people from Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps, and all of the pertinent people to look at that, because we want to provide a wildlife corridor. The assessment that they came up with, which you should still have in your files from 2011, also they provided for wildlife crossings. So that was one of the recommendations from them. My problem is we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And we've got SKS developers who own those 30 parcels, which the only reason we would need the extension would be if he would develop those parcels because of the ingress and egress statutes, correct? And the roadways that he would need to get out of that development, which would, then you'd need to extend that road. However, the road for the aquatic center picks up Springhaven. So we could start it there and still do a conservation easement on the other part. But we need to look at this. We need to have this as an agenda item or a workshop. We need to definitely do this finally. I mean, 15 years is long enough. And then your direction to have staff bring you back their recommendations. So if we can just kind of move that, because we're all waiting. We don't want to keep waiting until now all of a sudden it's too late. That was one. The other one was Agenda 587 regarding Warm Mineral Springs and the conservation easement on that. We're still waiting for some kind of an update on that. And then the last thing is the outstanding Florida Springs designation. We're all waiting on that. The last we heard was the memo, I think, in May of this year. I'm not sure of the date, but we need to have an open discussion, and that needs to be an agenda item, and we'll have a full discussion on that too. All three of these are very important with a large majority of the citizenry, and it needs to come before the commission, hopefully by the end of this year, not next. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Robin, so noted. With that, it is 10:40, and I adjourn this meeting.
Sit down.